After a 26-year drought, Iowa men's basketball is back in the Sweet 16. Absolutely unreal. I try not to live in the moment. I understand I'm going to have a hard time tonight. Please help me out, because when you're speechless over what just happened in a basketball game, you say things that don't make sense. And sometimes, as the word speechless is defined, it's hard to know what to say. The moment of my Iowa basketball life, that's not exaggerating. That's not hyperbole. I was 3 years old. 3 years old when Tom Davis was relieved of his duties and Iowa went on the miracle run in 1999 to get back to the Sweet 16. I am now 30 years old, and Iowa is in the Sweet 16, and they do so in not just dramatic fashion, but in unforgettable dramatic fashion, in an unforgettable ending with a storyline that's literally storybook-esque, with Alvaro Folgueras, who is nearly tossed from this game in the first half for a punch, quote-unquote, that I don't believe he intended for Condon, the big guy for Florida. I think it was the right call, giving both guys a technical. But Alvaro struggled in foul trouble at that point on, basically through the end of the game. Ben McCollum had such a hard time knowing when to get him back in the game. I say that based on what I'm seeing. Of course, I'm not in the huddle, but it appeared to me that the Iowa coaches were so worried about him getting that foul because he played so well to that point. And when Iowa needed a shot, we've talked about it all year. We've talked about Iowa not being able to win games with under a minute to go. They almost did it against Nebraska with Cale Combs hitting a game-tying 3 to send it to OT, but they fell in overtime. Before that final possession, I made the comment, go for the win. Go for the win. I've said it several times. I said it at the Michigan game at home here a few weeks ago. I said it for Nebraska in Lincoln. I think they had an opportunity before that 3 tied it to win. I've said it several times. When you're in a hostile environment and or against a team with size and, I mean, like, I don't know what would have happened in overtime, but holy cow, Alvaro Folgueras knocks down a cold-blooded Spaniard-esque 3 to sink the Gators deep in their own pond. Wow. I am, like I said, I try to limit my fandom emotion, but it ain't gonna happen tonight. I'm trying to think of the last time I've been hyped like this on this show, and people are gonna probably watch this 2 days, 3 days from now. It's like, what is wrong with that guy? That's all right. I don't care. That's totally fine. The last time I was this hyped had to have been when Iowa won the Big Ten West the first time in our From the Hawkeye of the Storm era. I remember celebrating after Minnesota beat Wisconsin. This is totally different. When you come into a moment like this and do it like this under these circumstances, it is totally different. My phone is blowing up. We're going to do our best to talk to everybody. Please do us a couple of favors before we get started. One, first thing Monday morning, this is my request. Please go to Big Grove Brewery. Or at the very least, go to Big Grove on Google. Say, hey, I love From the Hawkeye of the Storms podcast. Give them a 5-star review. Give us a 5-star review as well on your favorite podcast platforms. But please help us out by making sure you show your appreciation, because Big Grove Brewery is such a big part of what we have here From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Visit biggrove.com. Give them a 5-star rating. Check out what they have to offer and give them business. Give them the business that they deserve. Big Grove, the official craft brewery of the Hawkeyes and the official watch party headquarters of the Hawks. Also, Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team. Hey, I hate to tell everybody to flood Brad Van Meter's phone lines, but you know what? Till he tells us not to. Please give Brad a call tomorrow. Even if it's just to thank them so much for supporting this show. Call Brad at 515-256-6480. 515-256-6480. Visit Brad online at bradvanmeter.com or visit him in person down on Fleur Drive in Des Moines. Brad Van Meter, proud supporter of our Iowa men's basketball coverage here at From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Deep breath. At this time, in former Iowa men's basketball assistant coach, Gary freaking
Corey, you are fired up.
A little bit. You have to be fired up, Gary. Is there anybody in Hawkeye Nation that is not fired up?
Unbelievable.
After that.
Unbelievable.
I
called it. You have to ask my wife. I called
it. What did you call?
They're going to hit a 3 to win the game.
Well, if you did that, then you are forever. You're a bigger legend than I thought. I'll tell you, I don't know where to start, Gary. They call it March Madness for a reason. You have however many seconds there was left in that final possession. We'll start from the beginning and unwrap this game. But what can you say about Alvaro Folgueras? And it's ironic to an extent, Gary, because I've been saying all year, and you're a witness to this. I've been saying all year, who steps up in the big moments with under a minute to play? A lot of those late game situation shots have been Bennett Sturt's step back threes, and a lot of them haven't gone down. Give credit to Cale Combs against Nebraska. He sent that game into overtime. But Folgueras has sort of been a forgotten man in those situations, and he's just been an up and down offensive guy all year. What can you say about the cold-blooded Spaniard that is forever going to be in Hawkeye lore with so many other?
Boy, that's for sure. That's going to go down there with Kevin Gamble's shot in Seattle. I don't know if you noticed when they were coming back on the court, they showed a shot of Sturtz, and I think he was talking to Cooper, but I'm sure he said the same thing to Folgueras, as you shoot it. I don't think there's any doubt. I'll be surprised. I think they were going for the 3 for the win. I think they had that completely planned, and I'm guessing Cooper was in the other corner, and boy, give the guy credit. He had no hesitation. He just stepped back and let it rip, and and unbelievable. Just a great pass, great execution, horrendous defense by Florida. I don't know what they were thinking. But hey, you take advantage of it, and that's exactly what they did. And Sturts made a great pass, and of course, you got to have a great shot, and he did. And unbelievable, phenomenal win.
Where does this? I mean, I know we're on the cusp of it, and you were a part of so many unbelievable wins and runs. Where does this? Let's just start with this win and weighing everything, the way they won against who they beat. Let's just start with the game. Let's not look at the big picture, and it's Ben McCollum's first year. Where does this finish and this win rank in Iowa men's basketball history?
I mean, you beat defending champions, and you beat them pretty much the entire game, other than a couple minutes. They're towards the halfway through the half or three-quarters way through the half they got behind, but they could have won that game easily with those free throw situations that they botched. They controlled that game from start to finish. That's the defending champions. It's right up there. It's a top 2, top 3 game of history. It's phenomenal.
I have to ask you. I'm sure you take pride in the fact that your team in '99 was the last team to make it to a Sweet 16. But at some point, you want somebody. I compare it. People get tired of my comps because this is just what I know. But I compare it to when there was this. I believe there still is this long drought for American men's tennis. Andy Roddick won it in 2003, and he carried that torch for a long time. But eventually, it gets almost like, all right, I don't want this
time. Yeah,
I don't want this streak anymore. And you had the opportunity to meet Ben. I'm sure you actually met Ben when he was a little kid at some of those camps, but you actually got to meet Ben out in the golf course before the season started. And you told me, I remember at the beginning of the season, you're like, yeah, he's going to get it done here. I got confidence he's going to get it done. Did you ever think that streak, that 26-year drought, would get beat in year one?
I probably didn't even think about it. When you get to a place for your first time, you're just trying to get the program off the ground and get it moving. And boy, if you can find a way to get into the tournament, that's great. And then you win a game in the tournament, that's great. And then, we talked about it. It's just one game. If they had to play Florida best of 7, then who knows how that would have ended. But they had to beat them once. And so I think it almost takes the pressure off. And they got off to a great start. They were physical right from the beginning, and that was a huge part of the game because Florida's a pretty physical team, and didn't back down. And I think they out-rebounded them for the game, which is incredible.
That's unbelievable.
And I think they got more offensive rebounds. They outworked them for most of the game. And then I think the final thing is their defense was terrific. And their defense has been pretty terrific most of the year. I mean, they've had, parts of games where they haven't played well, but they're, if you're going to want to win games like this, you got to be able. Florida could score 100 points on anybody, and you got to be able to defend and give yourself a chance to win. And you do that by playing great defense. You don't turn the ball over. You try to get good shots, and then you hope to make a few that can give you a chance to win at the end of the game. That's all you want is a chance to win at the end. And they made the last play, and they deserved it. It wasn't a fluke.
No, you're right. I mean, they led from basically start to finish until it wasn't start to finish. But in general, you're right. There's so many. Could you imagine things in this game like if I had told you heading into the game that Bennett Sturts would go 0 for 9 from 3, I can't imagine you would say Iowa had a chance.
No way.
He goes 0 for 9 from 3, and we know how important it was for Iowa to shoot the 3 ball well.
And he got very few clean looks from 3. I mean, most of those were forced. They did a great job on him. I mean, they can guard, but they, the inside guys stepped up, and then obviously Cooper made some huge threes. So you talked about it. You needed some other guys to make some plays, and they had several of them that did. And more power to them.
Please do us a favor, folks. I mentioned our sponsors. Please also give the stream a thumbs up. We just have people pouring in, understandably so. We got about 1,400 people watching in total. I'm sure this is going to be a record for our men's basketball show. But again, I made the comment when it happened. The shot went down, and then of course there's 4.5 seconds. It's not over, but it's and I've certainly you go further back than I do, Gary. But I was born in '96. This was the biggest moment in my Iowa basketball following life.
Oh, probably not even close.
It's not close. I mean, I don't even know. It's probably Bohannon's shot to win the Big Ten tournament a few years ago.
You got to win in the tournament. If you're going to have they made a comment today. Purdue's been to 7 of the last 9 Sweet 16s.
Incredible.
That's where your program is evaluated on, and it's not necessarily fair, but that's the way it is. You can win Big Ten championships all up and down the lot, but if you don't do well in March, it just doesn't hold true in the eyes of most people. I'm not saying that's fair, but this is big time. I mean, when you win a couple games in the tournament and you knock out the defending champs, a number 1 seed, basically playing a home game, that's phenomenal. That's an unbelievable accomplishment.
We're going to have to keep our calls relatively succinct this evening. But can I, before we get to our first caller, can I ask you, Gary, and I hope your wife is in the room that can keep you honest if you try to fib me, what is your reaction when that Fulgaris shot goes down? As a former coach, are you subdued or what? How do you guys react?
It's not for family entertainment. It's unreal. But I'm telling you, I said they're going to hit a 3 and win the game.
But you said they were going to make a 3. You didn't say you said they're going to make a 3?
Yeah. Yeah, I said they're going to make a 3 and win the game. And I even said the score, 73-72. And if I have to get my wife out here to 70, Kelly,
70 plus 3. I mean, yeah, get Kelly out here. Where's
Kelly? They need you out here.
By the way, just for people, I just got a text from Kasheen Alexander, and it's all caps. She's so excited as a former Iowa women's basketball star.
You got to vouch for me that I called that 3-point shot before it happened. Well, come over here. They can't hear you. You got to go over here. Come on. They're chanting Kelly.
Marshalltown's own.
No, they want proof. Trust me.
Marshalltown's own.
Marshalltown's finest.
I can confirm that's a yes.
There you go.
He called it. Well, Kelly, thank you for that. And Gary, thank you.
Anytime, Corey.
Thank you more, Gary. Doug in the super chat, he says that entire play to get that shot was incredible. Sturt's getting the ball on the move. Nice pass, step back 3, splash. There's beer.
How about comparing that play to Florida's play?
Yeah, I mean, talk us through that last play for Florida. 4.5 seconds. You don't have much time to work, and I know they caught the ball on the run, but I felt that clock was going to expire, and it did.
Yeah, I guess they're hoping he was going to get all the way to the rim, but fortunately, Iowa did do what Florida did and spread the whole freaking court out to let them go right through it, and they probably got the shot off in less than 4 seconds, and it was a wide open 3.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Brian Long, OMG, folks. This is a moment. Thank you, Brian. And XD Gen Gambler says, Sweet 16, let's go party like it's 99. That's a great line, isn't it?
That is
party
a good
like
line.
It's 99.
He's got a little gamble in there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, maybe there's a connection. Hawkeye Doug says Alvaro's mom needs to be at every game. This was Alvaro Fulgaris' mom's first time seeing her son playing the black and gold. These 2 games in Tampa. I mean,
that's unreal.
Isn't that unreal? I mean, there's nothing better. And Gary, I led with this before you joined us. Alvaro was at the center of something in the first half where he easily could have been ejected. I think it was the right call not ejecting him, but there was so much tension in the building, and then he's suffering from foul trouble from there on out. For him to be that guy that hits that shot, I mean, I still have goosebumps sitting here talking about it. It's unbelievable.
And getting it back in the game so he could do it.
Right. Chris, thank you for the super chat here as well. Not since we went to the Final Four, still my best men's Hawkeye memory. Oh, without question. Thank you for being here, Chris. I know she's a big supporter of Iowa women's basketball. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. McCrob 1, if you can get to Houston, make it happen. Don't let Nebraska pack the arena. And now you go to the Sweet 16. We won't move on yet, but what a matchup for a spot in the Elite Eight between Iowa and Nebraska after those 2 teams battled. You got the Price Sanford story. You have those Nebraska fans that are nuts that traveled to OKC. I can't even get my mind wrapped around that yet, Gary.
Yeah, that's going to be something.
what a showing from the Big Ten in this tournament.
We kind of anticipated that. They've been strong. They're, the bottom teams may not be any good, but their top 4, 5, 6 teams are really good. And then Iowa was knocking on the door and busted it right open tonight.
All right. Hawkeye Doug with this super chat. First ever win versus a number 1 seed. Is that right? I did not realize that. That's an impressive stat. And
yes, it is.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of naysayers. I made this comment prior to the game starting, Gary. And my good friend Mark Rogers, who covers college football nationally, he's made the comment that he one of his biggest pet peeves with with players and coaches after a game is when they make the comment that, oh, everybody counted us out, and it's Michigan or it's Ohio State saying that. It's like, nobody counted you out. I mean, you can say that, but with Iowa, it's fair to say that. I mean, nobody expected them to win this game.
No.
Nobody expected them to win this game. And I remember, there was I don't know who it was, but some national writer made a comment prior to the tournament starting that Iowa Clemson was one of the worst 8-9 games that he can recall, and basically there was no chance that an upset over a 1 came in Florida section because of how bad those two teams were. And obviously everybody's got opinions, but nobody expected Iowa to win this game, and I would have to think that fuels you as a player and as a coach. I mean, we could be here talking about how Iowa did this, but before we get to our calls, again, thank you everybody for hanging tight here. Give me an idea of how Iowa did this. How'd they win on the glass? How did they defend this Florida team so well for 40 minutes?
Well, they were physical. They were physical. We talked about it. They were physical right from the get-go. Getting those big guys in foul trouble certainly helped. The one kid didn't even play hardly because he was in so much foul trouble. And I even thought they got off to a good start offensively. The commentators were talking about they thought that Iowa was playing a little faster than normal, and I thought they were playing just the way they kind of normally do. You got to take. If you got a good shot, you got to take it. I mean, if you wait until the very end all the time, you're going to play into good defense team's hands. So I thought they got off to a really sharp start offensively. And you just build confidence as it goes on. Hey, we can play with these guys. And Florida's guards were not as good as I originally thought they were. I thought Florida was out of control almost the entire game, except for that one little stretch where they got it back, and it was their big guys that got it back for them. They just gave the ball to that big kid and let him make plays. They didn't let the guards do anything other than bring the ball up and get it to him. And he got him back in the game and gave him a lead. But I thought their game plan was excellent. And I was worried about having them being overwhelmed physically, just because of Florida's size and athleticism and strength. And they took it to them physically, and I think that was a big part of the win.
Katie Lee with the super chat. The performance throughout the game was so impressive against the 1 seed and reigning champs. Well played, and his coach said not a fluke, a well-deserved win for the Hawks. All right. Gary, what time? You just give me a time to have you off of here.
Well, let's get some callers on here.
All right. You just give me. Don't feel bad when you want to go. This is March Madness. You just give me one of these, or you have Kelly give us one of these. But
because this might go till 2 or 3 in the morning.
We got Iowa women's basketball. They have a chance to go to Sweet 16 tomorrow as well. But let's go to our phone line. Thank you for calling Iowa Post Game with Coach Gary Close. Who's on the line?
When's the last time Iowa women and men were in the Sweet 16?
I'm guessing not 99.
I don't remember, tell you the truth, but I don't think it was.
Find that out for us. Caller, who's on the line here?
Hey, Corey, how you doing?
Good. Who is this?
This is Landon.
Hey,
it's
Landon.
been a while since I've called in, man. I'm calling on the phone today.
Absolutely.
I'm super excited about the Hawkeye win, man.
I think you and about
Could be
a million others, or however many Hawkeye fans are out there. I think there's a lot of people who are excited about this win.
Yeah, man. I'm a young guy, so I've never seen Iowa advance past the first round of March Madness. But year one of Ben McCollum, and this shows why we got rid of Fran. He wasn't the guy who could win us a game. I mean, he would have easily got blown out in this game. So this is really exciting for Iowa. I just want to call him real quickly and say super excited. I just wanted to ask just one quick question. You know, can this Iowa team? Do you really think this Iowa team can make a Final Four run?
Well, they just beat the defending champions.
So can they? Sure. I mean, it's possible they can beat a 1 seed.
Anything can happen. I mean, you're playing Nebraska. Nebraska's good,
Yep.
you know, but they've beaten them before. And then what would it be? Would it be?
I don't even know, Gary. No, it'd be UConn or no, it wouldn't be UConn. Who's in that section?
The 2 seed is Houston.
Oh, it is UConn. No, it's Houston. It's Houston.
Houston, and who's Houston playing?
Oh my gosh, and it's Houston in Houston. They'd be playing the Sweet 16 in Houston.
Yeah, Houston's really good, but you know, it's one
Houston's
game.
playing Illinois, so it would be Illinois or Houston, which another Big Ten team.
Oh,
wow. Okay. God, we could have a total Big Ten. 3 out of the 4 teams are going to be Big Ten teams.
Let's just focus on here and now, Landon. I appreciate your eagerness, but my goodness, that would be a storyline. But
it was beautiful.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys allowing me to call in, man. Go celebrate. In heaven, there is no beer. Have a good night, man.
Thanks, Landon. Appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Rolling along here. Biggest win of the 2000s. Hawkeye Doug. Thank you for being in the Discord, Doug. And he's also a premium member and the Super Chat. We appreciate that. Kelly with the Super Chat. She's also a premium member on every level. So thank you, Kelly. Let's make it both teams to the Sweet 16 tomorrow. Yes. Iowa versus the 10 seed West Virginia for a spot in the Sweet 16 in Carver-Hawkeye Arena. All right, let's go back to our phone line. First of all, we've got Paul with us. Paul, thanks for coming back here, Paul. Welcome. You picked a good night.
I did pick a good night. I'm not going to lie. I did not watch the first half because I thought it would be a blowout. I really did.
Oh, you got to get rid of
Paul. I can't believe I put you on here.
That's embarrassing.
Should have booted you to the end of the line, Paul. You ought to be ashamed of you.
How did you get through?
Hey, I admit it.
Can we at least admit that was a cardinal sin?
Yeah, I mean, I admit it.
At least you admit it.
What were you doing? Watching it on your phone, saw the scores, said, "Whoa, I better watch this."
I was actually watching other games.
The traitor.
That is, I can't believe you'd admit that on a platform like this. But regardless,
I can never do that again.
I'm a
We'll
truthful
let this
person.
slide, but that can never happen again.
I learned my lesson.
You watched the second half, Paul. Let's focus on what you do know. What did you think of that?
He's honest. You got to give him credit. He's honest.
Well, I really quickly watched the first half through halftime, so I did catch up on things.
Okay.
I'm just shocked and happy at the same time. I think Hawkeye Doug nailed it. That's definitely the biggest one of the 2000s. That might be one of the biggest wins ever in the Iowa program history for men's basketball.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
And honestly, like, I'm afraid to say that when I have Gary in the middle, but if Gary's saying no doubt, then I'm on board.
No doubt.
Well, definitely my lifetime. Definitely my lifetime. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's the biggest win in my lifetime. I'm just impressed by him. I mean, even if Iowa lost tonight, I would have been happy with the effort because no one gave Iowa a chance at all winning this game. Nobody. Yeah. I think even Iowa fans thought, if we lose by less than 10, this is a victory for us. But
I'll admit that I mean, obviously, there's a chance, but I said to people the last 2 days, I'm like, it's most likely that this is Iowa's final game. And that's why I said after the Clemson win, I'm like, this is a successful season, regardless of what happens. And then when they battle to a 1-point lead at halftime, I'm like, if they battle in the second half, even to a close finish, lose, I'm like, what a freaking effort. And instead they battled to a 1-point win. We keep saying the word unbelievable. That's going to be the most overused word tonight, Paul.
I'm sure Miracle is going to be another one. Miracle in Tampa. I'm sure the writers are already coming up with their headlines right now for it.
As they should. And they did it through a sea of blue. I mean, there was some Iowa fans down there, credit to the Hawks that showed up, but that was a very, very lively crowd. One of the better second round crowds you're going to see. Gary, you watched Vandy and Nebraska. That was maybe the most unbelievable second round crowd you're ever going to see. But boy, the Gator fans, when the Gators gave their fans a chance to scream and yell and get in their feet, they were alive, and Iowa dealt with that well.
That only made the win even that more impressive.
Right. Tavion Banks is our player of the game. 20 points, 7 of 10 from the field, 6 rebounds. I was thinking we're going to look back and say 5 of 10 at the line. That's going to hurt them. And they managed to overcome that. But, boy, he was so good, especially in that first half. His level of aggression. When he plays like this, Gary, this is a different team, and they had to get a game like this out of Tay.
Yeah, he really showed up. We need every one of those points, and even more so, we needed just his physical, active presence that was crucial against a team so big and long.
Anything else, Paul?
I mean, it's just an amazing win. I'm so happy for the guys, and I mean that was a hostile crowd, and they're basically playing in the home state of Florida. And now depending on what happens with Iowa, Nebraska, they play in Houston, awaiting a Illinois Houston matchup. So I'm just excited for the Hawkeyes. Beth Getz looks like the smartest person not hiring Ben McCollum. I know there was some, people out there, and they say, well, he's never coached in Power 4 before. He just came from Northwest Missouri State 2 years ago. This is, there were some naysayers out there.
And he did it. He's doing it with a bunch of guys from Drake that were, the year prior, the 2 years prior, they were at Wyoming or at JUCO. Tate Sage, Gary didn't have a single Power 4 offer. Trevin Urach was going to go to Northern Iowa. I know he didn't play a lot today, but he did play. Cooper Koch was the one holdover from the Fran era, and he's a redshirt freshman. So, yeah, I mean, we can't speak enough about the coaching job of Ben in year one. I mean, it really is incredible. And this team's not perfect. They're not perfect. They're not the most talented, but wow, what a coaching job.
But the kids that came from Drake won.
Yep.
So they know how to win, and they know what it takes to win. That's the same at every level. And if they come over at 15-15, they're not gonna pull off what they just pulled off. They're used to winning. They won a tournament game last year at Drake, and so that I think that was big that they had experienced winning at a high level, and a lot of winning, and that builds the type of character you need to win games like this.
Ben McCollum's a winner. He's been a winner everywhere he's went.
Well, that's for sure.
Paul, appreciate you calling in, sir. We'll look forward to hearing from you, hopefully again soon.
Thank you.
See you, Paul.
Big Rose.
The other thing that I think was big was Florida winning by so much in that first game. They won by 50-something. They scored whatever it was, 110 points. Everything was just easy. They didn't even have to break a sweat. I mean, they just do whatever they wanted offensively. Now all of a sudden you play a team that can play defense, and it's a grind, and it's tough, and it's physical. It's like getting punched right in the mouth. And that's why, we talked about them being physical right off the get-go and let them know that this is a totally different game. I think it had an effect. I think Florida probably didn't get any breaks from slaughtering that team in the first game and not even being remotely tested. A total, complete different game tonight, obviously.
I think I spelled his last name right. I switched this to all caps because the without having it all caps, it doesn't contain the emotion. So big play of the game is Alvaro Folgueras' game-winning 3-point field goal. I think this is the most obvious play of the game awards we've ever had and probably will ever have. What a shot for the big man from Spain in the corner to seal the deal for the Hawks. Let's go to our next caller. We have got Kevin on the line with us. Kevin, welcome to the show, sir.
Hey, guys, you hear me?
We got you, sir.
Hey, Kevin.
Unbelievable. I can't believe what just happened. I mean, how many storylines were going on in that game? I mean, you got Folgueras getting in that scrap early on, and he ends up being the one to hit the game-winning shot. I mean, the coach is getting into it. What did you guys think of the Florida coach and his reaction to that? I thought it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Gary?
I think it was all really good. I think we talked about the physicality of the game. They just did not back down, and I think they sent a message that this is going to be different, and had a big part of the win. Big part of it. They weren't intimidated at all.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, how many close losses they had this year to good teams, and then for this to be the one that gets them over the hump. I mean, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
Let me just add to the we had a little halftime audio show with myself and Kyle on our Discord server, and I made the comment after that whole interaction that Golden, first of all, I understand his reaction to an extent, but I also understand Ben McCollum's reaction. When you're yelling to the other bench, you bleeping mother bleeper, that's what he's saying. Go back and watch that. I assume he's yelling towards Fulgaris because he saw the replay and he believes Fulgaris is trying to punch his guy. But if you're Ben McCollum and you got an opposing coach yelling that at your guy, you're going to get up and do exactly what Ben McCollum did.
Exactly.
And I applaud Ben McCollum for defending his guy. I'll ask you again. Maybe I didn't ask you this, Gary. Did you think Fulgaris was trying to punch Colston or whatever the guy's name is?
No.
What was he doing with that arm?
I think he was trying to punch the ball out.
Yeah, that was so interesting. I had an argument with
When
Kyle.
I first saw it, I thought, oh my God, he was trying to punch him. And he might I was worried he's going to get tossed.
Was too.
I was really worried. Oh my God, he's going to get thrown out of the game.
Yep.
And then when they showed it from a different angle, I said, oh no, he was trying to hit the ball after the kid. And I don't even think the kid throwing him to the ground was that big a deal. I mean, they were tussling for a rebound, and it might have gone a little overboard, but it's a NCAA tournament game. That stuff's going to happen. But and then I think he reacted to knock the ball out. I think both players were just playing. But when I first saw it, I went, uh-oh. The angle they first showed, it looked like, and I'm guessing that's what the coach saw. And he never saw another one. He saw that and went off. And that's why you gotta be careful. You gotta watch everything. That's why when you're complaining about the officiate, you got to go back and look at it. Because a lot of times when you look at it, you're going, oh, geez, that wasn't that bad. Because when I first saw that, I thought he was going to get thrown out of the game. And then they showed it from a different angle. I said, no, he's just trying to hit. And I thought, he doesn't do that kind of stuff. What is he doing?
Yeah.
And then the other angle showed that he was trying to hit the ball out.
I agree. I think it was obvious he wasn't trying to punch the guy. If he wanted to punch him, he would have punched him. But I'll say this. I don't quite understand why he was trying to punch the ball. Like, the whistle was blown. Just get up. I mean, there's no reason to continue that. I understand emotion in the moment, but I thought it was odd that his arm goes through like that. But it was the right call not tossing him once you look at the replay. I like the double technical. There were some other calls, Gary. I'm sure Florida fans are going to complain, but there was some crap that was missed at the end of that first half. You have Urok getting absolutely blasted. And, oh, by the way, if you want to call it a common foul, fine. But there's also an opportunity to upgrade that to a flagrant, which means, if I'm not mistaken, that they could have reviewed that at halftime and then given Iowa a flagrant free throw out of the gates to start second half. They did not go back and review that, to my aware, unless they did and the commentary missed it. They didn't review that. And then what's the deal with the push on Koch, where he's, I think, setting a screen, one-handed shove on Koch? It just seemed like a lot of, it's going to be physical, but a lot of crap that should have been obvious that was missed. That bothers me. I don't mind the officials getting some calls wrong, but that kind of stuff bothers me, Gary. What were your thoughts?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if those officials advance.
Right.
Because we've talked about it, they get evaluated just like, or they advance based on how well they officiate. And if they don't officiate well, they're out. I mean, it's not like you already know who's doing the next round. No, they're going to go back, evaluate, and then they'll sign people now. And that's why the game's called real close. And that's why they don't want, the last thing official wants is some fight to break out. Because if it does, there's no way they're going to advance.
Yeah.
Unless it's something totally out of their control. So, you've seen it in all the games where they've been pretty quick to call a foul or to, call a technical. They don't want things getting crazy, or they're not going to advance. And so it's usually called pretty close. So it'll be curious to see if these guys advance based on some of those plays that you mentioned.
And so my question to you, I'm sorry to dominate Kevin, but my question to you, Gary, before we give it back to Kevin, I know you haven't seen the replay of everything, but what did you think of the officials in general, not just the one review?
Yeah. I didn't think they were that bad. I thought it could have been a lot worse for Iowa. I thought they gave Iowa a fair game to give them a chance to win. I don't think it was. I thought it was pretty decent.
Can we agree those two plays were pretty big misses, though?
Yeah, I thought I missed a couple of those like that.
And what I don't
the
like,
television picked up. I'm sure there were other ones too.
Let me just say this: what I don't like, and I can say this in a victory, they need to go again. I'll give a tennis illustration. Go adopt what tennis does. Stop limiting coaches with challenges and saying, oh, you get 2 challenges, and even if you get both right, you're out of challenges. That's the stupidest thing. And Charles Barkley, I believe, is someone who's called it out because he's a common sense guy, right? If you win both challenges, you ought to hold on to your challenges. There is absolutely no reason for you to lose your challenges. The refs literally can decide you're out of challenges because they want to miss an obvious call, and you get both right, which is what McCollum did, and he's out of challenges.
Right.
Stupid fact. I mean, they got to add that into the rule book in the offseason. It may happen. Unfortunate for Iowa, they won, but unfortunately, it may take a huge loss for a team where they didn't have a challenge late for that rule to get changed in the offseason. But Kevin, anything? I'm sorry to monopolize here.
Yeah, I mean, great use of the challenges and timeouts by McCollum, I thought tonight. I mean, those 2 challenges were obviously off Florida. It's
Right.
if they would have been out of challenges, like you were saying, and they needed another one for some reason in that last minute, it would have been a real shame that he had to use it on those 2 obvious.
Well, he was. There was the one play that I don't know. I don't.
You're
think
right. Right afterwards, he was trying to signal. Yeah.
The CBS crew brought it up. He looked to his bench and he was trying to get a word from them about the replay, but they're like, "Well, he can't challenge anyways."
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous.
And I mean, so I'm sure there's a lot of people waiting in line, so I'm going to get out of here. But I just hope that this is what gets people excited about the program again. I grew up in the 90s, and I remember going to a few games when I was younger, and the place was crazy. Even some of the Alford years, they had some great crowds, and people were really excited about Iowa basketball. And I understand why it's gotten to where it is. I just hope that this is something that can bring the people back, get them excited
That's a
again.
good point.
Thanks for everything you guys do, by the way, and I'm going to get out of here. So have a good night.
Appreciate the time, sir. Yeah, great call. And if fans don't come back after this, Gary, man, I don't know what they want. I really don't know what they want if they don't come back after this.
You mentioned, I think he's right. I'd be shocked if it doesn't. I think, winning is a cure-all. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it. But you had mentioned earlier the crowd that Nebraska had at that game. I've been going to the NCAA tournament games for a long time. I have never, ever seen anything like that. They would not have won that game.
Yeah, I agree.
They would not have won that game if that crowd hadn't been like that. And I know they didn't have a real long drive, but still, I mean, that was.
Well, that's over 200 miles. That's a long drive. I mean, over 200 miles from Lincoln. That's a pretty impressive.
That's not that bad. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm giving this.
I mean, it's not like going all the way out to the West Coast or something.
No.
Or going down to Florida.
Right.
I mean, that's drivable. Florida
I'm wondering what will Nebraska fans do with this game in Houston.
Oh, they'll be there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. The distance makes a difference for them.
And they never sat down.
Yeah.
They literally never sat down the entire game. I mean, it was ridiculous. I kept saying to myself, if they weren't playing in this arena, there's no way they're winning this game. I mean, that crowd was worth 10 points. So Hawkeyes fans better get their money together. Thank God air travel is so easy now.
Yeah.
That they got to get down there in full force. That's going to be fun.
Ex-Degen Gambler became a YouTube member here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Thank you so much for that. And adds with this super chat. CBS studio crew, including Barkley, didn't think we had a shot and admitted it after the game was over. I will say Barkley was more positive about Iowa than Seth Davis. Seth Davis, we've talked about.
Stinks.
He's horrible.
Get rid of him.
He is horrible. I don't know why he's still around. I have no idea. And he's got a very strong anti-Iowa bias to him. I don't understand it. So anyways, ran into him at the Big Ten tournament, and I had to listen to him tonight. I don't know why he still got that job. Anyways, I do have respect for Charles Barkley because he gave Iowa, when I heard him right before the game, he did give Iowa a path. And then Seth Davis was promptly like, oh, that's not going to happen. I'm like, whatever. Like, again, I would have liked to have heard what Seth Davis said after the game. But regardless, thank you for the super chat. Jack, I was still in high school when this last occurred. Let's go, Hawks. Let's go down with Big Red. So thank you, Jack, so much for being a premium member and for the super chat. Lonnie, Banks was MVP of this game. He sure was.
I agree.
Gary, I mentioned him earlier, but yeah, you'd love to have those free throws back, especially you lose. Boy, you're kicking yourself if you lose. But what was the key for him getting going tonight?
He got off to a great start. He played with a lot of confidence. He used his quickness. He was just quicker than those guys, which kind of surprised me a little bit. He used his quickness. He outworked them. He just outworked them. And you can out rebound people if you're smaller. If they got good positioning. They did a good job of screening out right from the get-go. He just, he had a nose for the ball. He had a terrific game, and he made good, quick, concise moves for the most part inside. And I agree. I think he was there were a lot of players that played well, but he's my MVP too.
Paul, who called in earlier, just sent me a direct message and said 1987 was the last time Iowa men's basketball and women's basketball made it to the Sweet 16.
Oh, there you go.
87 for the Iowa. Excuse me for my lack of Iowa basketball knowledge. Tell me about 87.
1987.
Yes.
So the 87 tournament, that was our first year. So when I referenced Kevin Gamble's shot, he hit a three to take us to the Elite Eight, and then we won't talk about the last game.
Yeah. Was it UNLV? Who was the last game?
Yeah, UNLV. Number one. They were number one team in the country. We had them down 15 or 16 at half. We couldn't play any better. Just absolutely destroyed them in the first half. And Kevin Gamble got 2 quick fouls early in the second half. We had to sit him down a little bit, and bang, 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 bang. They hit about 4 threes in a lightning. Now the game was on. And then we ran the exact same play against their zone, the exact same play that Kevin Gamble hit the winning three. There was also an option for a shot lob. And Brad Lohaus was wide open. There was nobody within 3 feet of him. And Kevin got a little excited and shot it too high, banged off the board, and we lost by 1.
Where's Kevin?
I think we would have won the national championship that year. I thought we were the best team in the country.
Where is Kevin Gamble today?
Kevin is a scout for the Miami Heat and a great NBA career.
Awesome. Okay. Lonnie, thank you so much for the super chat. Denzel, Ben McCollum has reset the program. Go Hawks. Thank you for that super chat, and could not agree more. What's there to argue?
No
right?
doubt.
Clyde. Thank you, Clyde. This is the anti-Pembroke Burroughs, the 3 game of night. What's Pembroke Burroughs? I guess
Pembroke Burroughs played for Jacksonville with Artis Gilmore.
Okay.
Maybe the Hawks played Jacksonville back then.
1970. Would that have been like John? No, that would have been John Johnson. Would it have been? What year was John Johnson?
Well, that would have been.
Doug is saying yes. Doug, welcome.
There it comes.
Was
Where
it
you
John
been,
Johnson?
Doug?
Doug
Brown, John Johnson, Glenn Stick, Vivovich, or whatever. I obviously was 14 years before I was born, so I don't really know. But
Chad Calabria.
Yep. Ralph Norris last year at Iowa.
Mike Gatens.
Mike played with Lute in like the 70s.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a little later.
Yeah.
Doug, welcome to the show. I thought this was a good time to bring you on.
Well, I was throwing a thumbs up about John Johnson, and that's just why.
What pro team did John Johnson play for?
Sonics. Boom. I can bring it with Iowa basketball history.
That was impressive, Corey.
Thank you.
Won an NBA title in 1978 or 79, one of the two. I could be wrong. With the Seattle SuperSonics, and he's a legend up in Seattle. So
yes, he is. They had good teams up there.
I'm hoping my internet works better this time. Everyone was saying I was fuzzy last time.
Well,
it's
if it
not
doesn't,
the
we're just
camera.
going to cut you
Love
off.
the camera.
Yeah, we'll just cut you. I'll just block you.
We're not messing around tonight.
Can't come back.
But
Doug, how do you unwrap this as an Iowa? I mean, I know you're just elated, but how do you unwrap what just happened? And do you have damage to your home?
I recorded, and it's on Discourse the last 4.5 seconds.
Oh gosh.
So it is on Discourse. What?
Well, let's see it.
I'll turn down.
You
I'm
have
not going it on.
You have to go to Discourse to see it.
Yeah, we're gonna save
I
that
don't
for our
even know what Discourse is.
But I posted my reaction on Discourse. So.
Discord. We're gonna say this right.
We don't even know
I'm
how
half
the game's
illiterate.
spelled.
I don't know what the hell I say half the time.
It's fine. So you were excited. You can agree. where can you remember a shot besides maybe Gamble? Can you remember a shot quite like what you just witnessed, Doug?
Nah, I mean, I was thinking maybe Kansas in '98, like with Kent. I think it's kind of interesting. Isn't Cooper's godfather Kent McCausland? I don't know. I know
believe
JR
so.
and Kent are really close. So Kent had 5 threes in Iowa's last second round victory over Arkansas, and Cooper had 4 today. So I thought that was pretty cool. I know, I've been telling people Alvaro and Cooper will be our stars next year, and I think this is a springboard for that. I was really worried. I marked at 9 off his foot. That's not a good thing.
I have no idea what he's saying.
I'm here.
Oh, we're back. You're talking about Cam Manio's dribble off his foot. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought
it was a big play. Big
play.
And then he got blocked on the dunk attempt to fall. There was like, Gary, when Cam Manio went back to back, turnover, block, dunk, that was like a 9-point swing because they had 4 points and then Florida hit a 3 and a 2.
Yeah. Well, that and the free throws at the end of the free throw thing where the guy stepped in after he missed the front end of the 1-on-1.
Oh.
Foul
And
shooting
they fouled.
And
they go down there and they missed the free throw and then they fouled again. That was like 6 points.
I know.
I thought the game was over then. I was a little worried then. I got to admit it.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that comes back and bites you.
When they gave up a 12-point lead, they were up 51-39. I was really like, hey, this is a good run. I mean, but the reason why I was confident going in was because the other Big Ten teams.
What is he? Does he live out in some place where they don't have internet?
He lives out in the boonies of Story County.
I'm trying to get
you got to get closer to civilization.
You've used up all your bandwidth on March Madness.
Probably. I'm hoping it works, but you can hear me now, right?
Yep, get it out quick.
Okay. No, I'm just excited. I'll call in. Hopefully the internet works better next time. Like I said, it's not an issue with my camera. It's an internet issue.
Doug, I tell you what, when we let Gary go, because we all know he's got to get to bed at some point. When I let Gary go, you feel free to call back in, and if you want to call the phone line, you can do that as well. But this is a special night, so I know when I'm not going to just literally block you.
Corey wants to see the sun come up, so keep the calls coming.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
no, this is just awesome, and thank you for everything. And this has been a great night to be a Hawk. Thank you.
Absolutely. You got that right. Well said.
That. Gerard Merrick. He's become a YouTube member. Thank you, Gerard, so much for that premium membership. Engine Work 1733 with the super chat. I have not been so ecstatic over a Hawkeye game of any sort since the Tate to Holloway game-winning touchdown, which coincidentally was also against the defending national champion LSU. There's a fun Hawkeye fact, Gary. Remember that might be the biggest play in Iowa football history as far as just the lore of that play. Tate to Holloway 2002 Capital One Bowl against Nick Saban and those Tigers. So it's interesting and ironic that both of those came against national champs. However, there's a difference, I think, between Capital One Bowl and the NCAA tournament.
And the SEC.
And the SEC. Absolutely. Nothing better than taking down somebody in the SEC. Just so many things. Jack Veers is back here with the super chat. Jack says, can we talk about Sturtz getting shut down in the tourney? Is he just being defended really hard, or is he in his head every tourney game? Seem to remember trouble at Drake too. 1 year at Drake, I'd have to go back and watch that Missouri game. I thought he played pretty well against Mizzou, but
if he was missing open shots, I'd be a little worried. But I'm telling you, he earned every shot he got off tonight. I mean, they guarded him phenomenally. And for them to win with him not making a three, and I think he knew that coming out in that last timeout when they set up the play. And he told, I think it was Cooper, shoot it. I think he knew that, they were gonna focus on him, and I'm gonna make the pass, and you guys got to drill it, and they did.
So what was I know you said I don't know what Florida was doing defensively there, but I mean, what were they doing defensively there on Fulgaris?
I don't know. First, the guy lunges and misses the ball going to Sturtz.
Yeah.
You got to keep the ball in front. You can't let the ball go over your head. Now it's open court. If they'd have sat at the 3-point line and let them come down and run a play, they wouldn't have gotten that good a shot. No way. And in fact, I thought their whole full court pressure, that 3-quarter like zone thing, I don't think that was any good either. They were just giving them wide open looks. I think if they'd have played in the half court, when they played in the half court, with the exception of Banks scoring, they played pretty good defense. I mean, that was a wide open shot in about 5 seconds to win the game.
Gary,
you play in a half court, they probably don't get a 3 off. And at the worst, I mean, in that situation, the worst you can do is give up a 2. You can't give up a 3 to lose. It was the dumbest defense I've ever seen.
Gary, let me just real quick respond to the thing about the press. Correct me if I'm wrong. I perceive that press from Florida to be an attempt to speed Iowa up.
The last one, you mean?
No, the press that they were – no, the second half press that you were talking about.
No, I think it was the other way around. I think they were trying to slow them down.
Why would they slow down a team that wants to play slow? Why would they want to slow Iowa down more than they are?
By the time they got into their half court, they wouldn't have a lot of time to run their offense.
You really think that's what it was? You don't think they were trying to speed them up?
Well, I think that, and they were behind, and they were hoping. I think they were hoping they could turn them over.
Okay.
And they didn't do either. They didn't turn them over, and they got, for the most part, wide open shots. Now, some of them they missed. They missed some bunnies around the basket, but their problem wasn't their half-court defense. Their problem was Iowa's half-court defense against them. They had a hard time scoring until they gave the ball to the big kid in the second half and let him go. That's when they started scoring some points. So I didn't like either one of them. I didn't like either one of them.
I'll trust your judgment over my own. That I was totally in the line of thinking, watching that press in the second half, that they're trying to get Iowa to speed themselves up because they're trying to get them out. But see, Iowa, I give Iowa credit. They broke that press really well, and they never did get sped up. And it doesn't. I mean, that's why I don't understand why you're trying to slow them down so they don't have much time. They want to run the shot clock way down. It seems like. I know.
No, they do, but I think anytime you get a 3-quarter court, you're going to make a team pass more. Whereas a full court, like what happened on the last possession, they threw one pass over the top and one pass the corner. Boom. Now that's fast.
Yeah,
that's the danger of a full court defense is you can give up something like that. Whereas a 3-quarter court, you're kind of keeping the ball in front, make them pass a little bit. Okay. Maybe they turn it over. Now you get back into your defense. And I think they were just trying something different because they were behind. And I don't think they needed to do it. I think their half-court defense was fine. I think it was their offense that was struggling. Yep. And I think the main reason why that was struggling is because Iowa played good defense. And the Florida guards couldn't make a shot.
I'll give myself a little bit of credit. At halftime, Iowa was 1 for 11 at halftime from 3. And I made the comment in our halftime show on Discord. I said, I believe not only is Fulgaris and Banks still have to play really well, got to get Sturts going. He never really did, although he ended up with 13. But the other thing, what I said is I think they're going to have to hit 5 or 6 threes in the second half. And what do you know? They hit 5 or 6 threes in the second half. They hit 6. I mean, they don't win this game, obviously, without the most important one, Gary, but the fact they were up by 1 is a minor miracle with just 1 3 made on the board in the first half.
And I would love to go back and see where they made those. I mean, obviously the last one they made against pressure. And I'll bet you they made a couple threes against that 3-quarter court thing too, where they threw it around and then stuck a 3 on them before they got their defense set.
Boy, Cooper hit a big contested 3 in that second half at a big moment.
Huge. And that was really contested.
Yes, it was.
I mean, I went, and then it went in.
He was 4 of 6 from 3. What a tough,
big threes.
Tough 3-point performance from Cooper in this game.
Didn't hesitate all night.
Jen loves the Hawks with a super chat, and she's also a premium member on both Discord and on YouTube. Thank you, Jen. She says, Ben for president. Go Hawks. So happy for the team and the coach.
Be an improvement.
I can breathe. Okay, Gary. I think there was tongue in cheek here. Let's not turn this into it.
I hear you.
Jen says, let's get this. So absolutely. Sweet 16 on the way for these Hawks. So thank you, Jen. We appreciate that. Iowa defeating Florida 73-71. Let's go back to our phone line. We got Andrew on the line. Andrew, welcome to our show.
How's it going?
I think
Great.
you know the answer to that.
Pretty amazing. I know.
Pretty amazing.
I called in about 2 months ago after the Purdue loss, and the one thing I remember from that call was just speaking on the effort I had seen and the hope that the next 7 quote unquote easier games were going to go well, and that McCollum could like catch something in stride, and the next time we faced Purdue after those, we'd see some like just closer games. And I think we did. We had a good end of the year. Last couple games, I had thought we played well against Michigan, and even though we lost at Nebraska, I thought that was a great game as well. Big Ten tournament, I thought that we played well there, and it was just incredible. It was well coached. I remember when I had only really heard of Ben McCollum after I had seen Drake make the tournament last year, and I was ever so hopeful that he would sign maybe after a win or two. And then he got a win in the tournament, really stuck his name out there, I guess, and what a signing. Like, oh my goodness. I was only able to go to one game, and it was the loss against Purdue at home, but man, oh man, am I excited to go to a couple more next year.
I think you and a lot of people, Andrew. I mean,
Your tickets.
Yeah, get your tickets now. I hope it's disappointing that Sturts is going to be gone, but boy, they got a lot of talent still here because they don't lose much. And I mean, the question was asked here a minute ago. Pete earlier says, what do you think that did for recruiting? I mean, I don't know if you can really put it into words, Gary, because March is what people watch, and everybody's watching the 1 seed, especially when they're on upset alert. And to see Ben McCollum every time, hey, first year in the program, he did this at Drake, he did it at Iowa, and now they get to the first Sweet 16 since 99, and they get this type of a moment. The moment shouldn't be what draws a recruit, but it does draw eyes. How would you answer that question about what it does for recruiting?
Well, it can't hurt, that's for sure. No, I agree with you. I think kids want to go places where they think they can win, and be in games like this. And so, no, it's got to help.
That's where it helped my bracket. I have Arkansas and Iowa as the Iowa's winning it, obviously, but it's bad. I ever since I was a kid, every year for my bracket, I lose it every time. It doesn't go very well, but anytime Iowa's in it,
Hawkeye homer.
Oh yeah,
we allow those.
But thanks for it was such an amazing night.
It was.
Wow, just the last 4 seconds there. Oh man, crazy game. I don't know if I would complain about the calls, but no, if we had even lost playing Florida, like I watch Arkansas play, and I watch a lot of Arkansas basketball, and they beat Arkansas by 38 about a month ago. And I think Arkansas is probably the best team they look amazing. And for them to lose by 40 points, and we play them like that on defense with a 6'10" full gear, it is amazing. The height difference, the physicality difference, and we can match it with such determinists. They're so determined. We're so determined, and they play for Ben McCollum. I love it. That's what I like to see.
We appreciate you calling in, sir. More where that came from, right? So we'll
thank you. Thanks so much for what you guys do.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for being here. Matthew comments. He says, I just showed JR give Coop a big hug. So what a great moment for him, especially you go full circle. Somebody mentioned it earlier, but he was part of that 99 team. I wish Jess, I actually texted Jess and said, get your butt over here on this show and make an appearance, but he's probably, is state basketball still going? It's done, right? He was calling state basketball in Iowa.
Oh yeah, I don't know,
but we need Jess here right now.
About that time of year for that.
It is. All right, let's go back to our phone line. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Gary Close. Who's on the line?
This is Brian from Coralville.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hi, yes. Hey, hi. Yeah, awesome victory. Just like when I called in from the first game, what Coach said that Florida was not tested in that first game, and that I think gave us a good advantage tonight. That with them not being tested, that came out strong and fought hard the whole game, and that I think helped benefit. I won't say benefit, but it helped us in the game the whole game. So
yeah, well, they
Yep,
did.
no doubt. But you still got to play well, and I think it definitely helped. But it can only help you so much. You still got to make shots and play well, and that's what they did.
yeah, and this like this one I think caller said that this does remind me because I do remember the '87 when Gamble hit that shot against Oklahoma. Was it? I can't remember how many seconds was left in that game to win that game. That it brought back memories of that game. So
yeah, that was a great game.
I saw somebody earlier in the
Billy Tubbs.
chat. I saw somebody earlier in the chat say that Charles Barkley apparently said after the game that was, quote, stupid or dumb defense by Florida at the end. So him and Coach Close are in the same line of thought on Florida's
That was horrible. I thought it was horrible.
Coming out of a timeout, too. They had 2 timeouts back to back, right? Or no, I'm sorry. That was the following possession. But they come out of a timeout, too.
yeah, he said dumb defense by Florida, then turned around and said good defense by Iowa at the end to let him drive all the way down. Did what he was supposed to do to run that time off, and
right.
then couldn't get the pass off cleanly.
But he didn't get to the ring. He didn't even get a shot off.
Yeah, mishandled the ball and time ran out. So
yeah, unbelievable stuff. Anything else,
That
Brian?
kid's not playing the Ivy League.
No.
He could do that in the Ivy
and
League.
it's
but he
also
can't do that.
True.
it's also kind of in the past 15, 20 years of Iowa victory over just in sports in general, it kind of reminded me of the Orange Bowl when Drew Tate to Warren Holloway at the very end. Defeating the year before national champion team LSU. So you kind of the same hype as from that game. So
it's great to have moments come on the biggest stage, NCAA tournament. Like I said earlier, the biggest Hawkeye moment in my lifetime for Iowa men's basketball. Unfortunately, I wasn't watching when I was, graduating from Pampers. So I wasn't watching 1999, Gary.
Why not? How old were you?
I had other things on my mind at 3. But my point in bringing it up is
That's disappointing.
Well, be that as it may, what I don't want to have happen is have my biggest Hawkeye moment in men's basketball history be a Big Ten tournament moment. It should be in March. It should be not just at the Big Ten. It should be in the NCAA tournament. So, Brian, thank you for the call, sir. Thanks for hanging on hold. I know it took a while to get to you, but
Thanks,
we appreciate
Brian.
you being
no. Last thing, if I could, sure. Just 2 things. One quick, just wonder what J.R. Koch is thinking right now, since he was the last.
Oh boy.
On the and now his son is going, and also I saw somebody in the comment earlier said wonder what Connor McCaffrey's thinking right now.
Okay, Connor. Okay, thank you, Brian. Appreciate you calling in, sir.
Thanks.
Take care. Oh man, people know how I feel about Connor. Anyways, we won't get to that. But all right, we got we're gonna truck through these calls, Gary. I'm gonna go as quickly as I can, and we're gonna try to celebrate a little bit more. First of all, we got Ryan, who's always here. Ryan, did you think this moment would come in year one?
I'm not shocked. And there's not 2 people I'd rather give a cyber hug to and a big old cheers to as you 2 gentlemen right here.
Well, at least there's one gentleman here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 2.
Okay, I hear you.
I'm looking at 2, and there's a lot of thoughts I have that I'm going to condense down, and Coach Close is one of my favorite people that I could possibly talk to right now. But Bo Ryan really, really well. And if there's one thing Bo Ryan should have taught us in hiring Ben is a coach can coach. I don't care where the hell you coached. if you can win multiple championships at your level, then you know how to coach.
No doubt.
And, Bo Ryan did it at Platteville, 20 minutes away from where I grew up in Dubuque, Iowa, in Platteville, Wisconsin. He won 3 of them. Goes to UWM, is okay, but gets the Wisconsin job, and it didn't take long for him to become a Hall of Famer. And I think Ben, no offense to Bo, obviously, because I have all the respect for Bo, but Ben won 4, including an undefeated season. That dude knows how to coach. And because of that alone, I liked our chances. I always like our chances. Before the game, I have to take my mom and dad to O'Hare tomorrow at about 5:30 in the morning. And we were talking because they were up for the game, obviously. And we were talking, and I said, if we can just frustrate the hell out of them on defense, I think if there's one thing the Clemson game showed us is we can win when Bennett's off. And
But to win when Bennett's off against Florida, that's what is so amazing about what they just did.
How we didn't get crushed on the boards, how Tavion took up the mantle. And I'll tell you what, the MVP of this tournament so far is Alvaro, not necessarily because of the three-pointer, because he's 13 of 13 from the free throw line.
Yeah.
I mean, when we need free throws, Alvaro's been automatic.
And I'll give Gary a little bit of credit. Hopefully, it'll keep him up a few minutes longer because he feels good about himself. But he has said that he thinks Alvaro's a guy who could step up in March. I mean, you've said that a number of times, Gary. And I did think again, we talked about it 2 nights ago. I made the comment they needed all of those things to hit. They needed Tavion to be Tavion at his best. They needed Alvaro to show up at the right moment and be at the top of the roller coaster that his season has been. Bennett needed to play well, and then you have to have probably 4 or 5 threes out of Cooper. Basically, all those things hit other than Sturtz playing well. I didn't think Sturtz played well, but at the same time, when he's getting hounded, he did give them 13 points and, oh, by the way, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. So it's not like he played badly. And
he didn't play bad. He just didn't shoot well.
No, he didn't play bad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all those other things.
At halftime, 33-31, I looked at real quick at the box score before I went on the Discord voice, listen. And I said to my father, what needs to happen is Cooper needs to really assert himself in the second half. Dude can shoot. And if Cooper shoots in the second half, we have a really, really good chance. And sure enough, Cooper woke up and they made him a priority. We beat 8-on-5 plus the crowd. I thought the officiating was pretty lackluster. I'm sorry, Gary. I thought it was pretty lackluster. There were some, I also was happy we went for the 3 to win instead of the 2 to tie.
Agreed.
And even if we missed it,
I was fine with it
because I really thought the refs were kind of itching towards fouling our bigs out.
And that's part of it. But the other part of it is you're basically in a true road game. And when you have all that talent, you're going up against that talent. To me, the longer you play, you're trying to shorten the game anyways, as if you're Iowa, right?
Go for the jugular. And Alvaro went for the jugular.
Yep, absolutely. Ryan, anything else?
And the beauty of it is that guy named Condom was, that dick was.
Let's time out.
He went after Alvaro, and Alvaro sunk him.
Yeah.
And why didn't Todd Golden get a T for screaming rather colorful language towards an Iowa player? You're supposed to be above board, and you're not supposed to call F and MFers towards other student athletes. And yet, probably because the referees wanted to get out of Tampa alive with that crowd. But, He should have been teed up for that.
Well, they would have had to give McCollum a T as well because he kind of gave it back to him. But I
Well,
know
you know what?
Ryan. I get it.
McCollum should have, for all the times Todd Golden called McCollum for advice, and I think you know that Golden leans on McCollum for coaching advice, and that's been pretty well documented. I doubt that that might end right now. Did anybody see the handshake line?
No, I didn't care.
If I'm Ben, I just do a flyby, maybe a fist bump, and just fly on by. But anyway, it's been 1999. I graduated from Iowa December 98. I was 2 months into my career. I'm 10 years from retirement, and that is really crazy to me. But here's the thing. I will never forget, Coach Close, 1987, Gamble with 1 second to go put us into the Elite Eight. And my mom and dad, and we're all jumping up and down, and our hands were hitting the ceilings. We were jumping so up and down. That was always my favorite Iowa basketball memory because I was a little too young to remember Steve Waite driving in to beat Georgetown. But I'll tell you what, other than Gamble, this is the greatest Iowa memory ever. And if this doesn't fill Carver, then we don't deserve Ben.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you calling in, sir. I couldn't agree more. It's got to be there. I don't know how you say what you want about the student involvement. I think it will be as well. I mean, especially the way they did it. It's not just that they got off the schneid with the Sweet 16 thing, but the way they did it. Fred reminding everybody, please hit that like button, folks. If you're on the stream, you're enjoying the show, and I'm sure you are, not because of me, but because of Gary and because of the game you just watched. Heck, unbelievable stuff.
No,
please
because of you. You run a first-class show.
Well, thank you, Gary. That was so nice of you. Have you been drinking this evening?
No.
So a little easy Eddie for Gary.
I should be.
You should be, right? In heaven, there is no beer. All right. We got Lomansky joining us. Lomansky, welcome to the show, sir. Thank you for being here.
Corey, thanks for your 3 years of coverage. Gary, going to get emotional about you.
Uh-oh.
You're
From the
not,
waterfall.
You're not the only guy that Jerry Tarkanian affected the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Say that
Did
again?
you know that?
What's that?
Jerry Tarkanian isn't the only person that polluted not only integrity, but the Iowa Hawkeyes. You're not the only one that was affected. Did you know that? Not the only Iowa coach?
No.
Lute Olson followed Jerry Tarkanian at Long Beach State.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry Tarkanian polluted that program. Lute, the ultimate gentleman, probably like Tom Davis, has publicly stated what a mess that was.
Yeah.
So in 1987, Gary, you don't have to hang your head. That was an abomination of rule breaking by UNLV. And here's, Gary, when you put your head on your pillow, I want you to know this. That legacy of UNLV basketball, nobody knows where the hell that program is at. They don't care either.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Gary?
I appreciate that. And coming from you, that means a lot.
The younger viewers don't know that.
No.
But that was stolen. That's one of the most abominations of sport that I've ever seen. And I'll get off my soapbox, but I want you to know that, Gary.
I appreciate that very much. And I'll remember that when I put my head down on the pillow tonight. You got it right on.
You just can't stop thinking about that pillow, can you? Lomansky, anything else from you? You were on hold a long time, Lomansky.
Well, I think what's interesting to me, you talk about memories, and I don't have time to go back into history, which I could add to your show, but it's too big a night for the younger viewers. But like the love to compete, that whatever the hell that is, Ben McCollum has stated that over and over and over in his post pressers. He says, I just love to compete. And there's something when they come out of the Iowa locker room and they've got the Chris Street Memorial.
Oh, here comes the waterfall. Lomansky's getting emotional.
Nobody competed like Chris Street.
No.
And I saw that tonight. So, Corey, you don't have to apologize for your emotion, because Bobby Hansen, it was so hilarious because, Bobby Hansen, the younger viewers don't know what he contributed to the Final Four run. But Bobby Hansen at the end of the telecast, just for old time's sake of listening to radio of Vidnovic, Calabria, Downtown Freddie Brown, Johnny Johnson, I listened to the radio call for history just to be romantic. And it happened. But Bobby Hansen, towards the end, you would have thought Bobby Hansen was in the huddle. He go, and I can't remember his exact words, but if you ever get to hear the playback, towards the end, he forgot he was the play-by-play guy. He just said, "Let's do it." I mean, it was something. Corey, thanks a lot. I'll get off the air.
You're the best.
Appreciate your call.
Don't apologize for your emotion.
He's
Don't
a good
apologize
man.
for your emotion. We appreciate you being here, and so many great things to be said for what we just watched, what we just witnessed, and what we'll be reflecting on for quite some time.
That's a Hawkeye fan from wherever.
Lomansky is one of a kind.
One of the beauties of the state, and the way they follow Iowa. The loyalty is unreal.
And we love Lomansky, and he's a big supporter of the show. So thank you, Lomansky. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Gary Close. Who do we have on the line?
Good evening, Corey and Coach Close. I'll try to follow up the legend that is Lomansky. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked yesterday. Did that game take a year or two off either of your lives, like it might have did mine tonight?
I will say, I'll admit something here, Gary. I went into the game, like I told you, nervous, but at the same time, I said, they lose, they lose. I have all the confidence in the world that this is a huge mark in the history of Iowa men's basketball to get back to the tournament in year one under McCollum. But when we got about a third of the way through the second half, it was after Florida cut it
You're
to
not
1.
alone, Corey.
And when they cut it to 1, and then Iowa pushed that lead back up to like 12, I was like, all right, I'm back in. Like I'm bought in, hook, line, and sinker. I've gotten my hopes up officially. I'm ready to hurt. I'm ready to hurt because you build a lead early, Gary. It's one thing to do that, but you knew Florida was going to come back, and they did that at halftime. By the time you got to halftime, they were back. But then for Iowa to jump on them in the second half, just talk about the stick-to-itiveness and what it takes to do that after Florida responded like they did.
Yeah, it's huge. No, it's huge in a road environment. It's I think they maybe the halftime came right at the right time.
Absolutely.
Group and okay, hey, let's go back to doing what we were doing. It worked, and we knew they were going to make a run. They're good, but so are we. So and that's kind of the way they've played all year. In a lot of ways, it hasn't been a lack of effort. Sometimes it's, they don't make shots or some defense breaks down every once in a while, which happens to every team. But the effort's always been there, and so that's a big part of it.
And what I was saying at the very end, Taylor, is that Florida drives the court with 4.5. You knew they were going to get a shot. Well, they didn't actually get a shot.
No, they didn't even get a shot off.
But they had plenty of time to get a shot. What I said before that play happened is I said, I'm okay if they hit a jump shot for the win, then they hit a jump shot for the win. Just don't foul. Don't foul them. Because if you foul them in a stupid place and they win with the clock stopped, I can't live with that. And thankfully, they played it out great. But those 4.5 seconds were the longest 4.5 seconds of my Iowa sports life, Taylor.
I was a little scared when they didn't put the guy with the man on the ball. I don't like that. But it worked out, so all's good.
You don't like it when there's not somebody guarding the inbounds?
Yeah, I like somebody on the ball.
A lot of teams do. A lot of teams run without a guy on the inbounder.
Yeah, I'm not.
Where
was that other guy?
Man. And I'm thinking about that what was it, the Kentucky game winner just early in the tournament. Like, it's not impossible. Like, that's way so much time. And no, I'm so happy for Alvaro, especially with his mother in the court. and then the stadium there.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And yeah,
What a great
maybe that. I was telling my dad earlier. Maybe that's what gave him a small little boost to kind of give him a little motivation.
Yep.
I don't know for sure, but
he'll never regret transferring to Iowa. He's had an up and down year. We don't know what next year will involve, but he'll never regret that, because that moment is what this is all about, right, Gary? The journey, and then being able to get a moment like that.
absolutely.
You can't buy that. So Taylor, thank you for calling. Anything else before we let you slide?
It's Matt, Corey. Sorry, first and foremost.
This is
I have to say that.
I thought it was our guy T. Hink. I was calling you Taylor this whole time.
No, it's Matt in Knoxville, Corey.
Oh, Matt in Knoxville.
Next
Why'd you let me live in ignorance for the last 5 minutes? But Matt in Knoxville, thanks for calling in. Anything else?
You know what? hey, we just knocked off the number 1 seed, Florida, Corey. I could really care less.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say, you know what? I'm so proud of us tonight. We're dogs, and let's put another thorn in the Nebraska sports world next time we play them. Go Hawks!
Go Hawks, Matt. Thank you for being here, man.
Thanks for the call, Bill.
Yeah, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Hey, no sticks, no bricks. So the super chat says, "What does this do for Iowa recruiting? Go Hawks!" Again, we kind of addressed this earlier. Hard to really know, but it just doesn't do anything bad. It only does good, and
not at all.
I mean, they're going to have opportunity knocking for a lead guard with Sturts going to the NBA. This is the time to really hit that portal hard. Once this whole thing winds down, with Sturts gone and with McCollum officially putting Iowa men's basketball back on the map, they could make a big splash. Now, they need some NIL support, but this is the time to make a splash with some high major prospects that are out there.
No doubt.
Spencer with the super chat. Thank you, Spencer. A much-needed win for the program. Hopefully more fans get invested now, and that leads to better financial investment for Ben to work with.
That's a good point.
That's absolutely a good point.
People aren't going to pour money into something they don't think is going to be successful.
Right. Again, thank you, Spencer. I think we maybe got this earlier, but if I didn't, ex-DGen Gambler, is this heaven? No, this is Iowa. Sweet 16, baby. Thank you for that super chat. I don't think I got that super chat earlier, so thank you so much for that. Frank is here with the super chat. Great job today, Corey. Viva España. And we appreciate, we appreciate you for being here, Frank. He's also a premium member. All right, we have got Jace on the line with us. Jace, welcome to our show. It's close.
You guys got me?
We got you, sir.
We got you.
Tonight.
Wow, that was fun.
Putting it mildly, right? Putting it mildly.
It sucks as a fan watching that game when you're sitting there and your legs are shaking, but then you're like, God, we haven't been in a game like this in how long?
100%.
Yeah, there's nothing like March Madness, that's for sure.
There's nothing like it. But I thought, Corey, do you see Ben Stand's post on Twitter at all?
He's in our Discord. I don't really follow people on Twitter.
He posted that exchange when that fight, brawl, whatever, scrap, wrestle match, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
When Golden got the word on what happened, he was not very nice to the refs, and I texted my dad and I said, if that was our coach 2 years ago and Fran McCaffrey, he would have been ejected immediately.
Well, you probably get a little bit longer leash when you're a defending national champ coach. Is that fair, Gary?
Probably.
And you're in Gainesville, or I guess Tampa.
Well, and you're in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, they don't want to.
They're not going to toss him.
They don't want to kick the coach out unless it's really.
No,
bad.
I was just surprised he didn't get a technical.
Well,
and that was after whatever he said to Ben and the players too. That was after they went to the monitor and everything.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yep, I agree. Yep.
And I thought the double T was the correct call, just to keep everything under control.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Jace. At that point, with Ben going back at him, they would have had to give those guys double T's. It doesn't matter what. I mean, so it doesn't really make a difference. Like, you double T 2 players. Okay, we're going to double T 2 players and double T 2 coaches. Who cares? I think they got the game under control. I give them credit for that.
No, yeah, they got the game under control, but then that guy just blows up Jurok or
I know.
however you say his
Yeah.
name. It's just like,
Yep.
what are you doing?
Well, and then the play I didn't talk about, Gary, not only was Urok, blasted football as at the end of the first half, but then you had Koch getting shoved, one-handed shove on a screen, and then Koch was also blasted in that second half.
Yeah, when that guy, it was Condon that extended his arm. That was close to the head and neck area, I thought.
Condon extended the arm, and then the other one was under the basket. Cooper looked up at the ref when he got to the ground again and was like, what's going on here? That was 3 to me misses, and any one of those argued could have at least been reviewed. They weren't even close.
But yeah, how the refs called the game benefited Iowa.
I don't know that. Would you say that the way the refs called the game benefited Iowa overall? Do you agree with that, Gary?
I don't know if it benefited, but I think they gave him a pretty good game. They gave him an opportunity to win, which I've been in situations before where you almost feel like it's not the case.
Right.
I thought they kept the game under control. I think they called the foul when it was a foul. They're going to miss a few, but generally speaking, I thought it was fair for both teams. I don't think that one team would benefit more than the other.
Yeah, and then on that, this is my last thing. And then on that half court press, 3/4 court press, pretty much the same thing Fran ran. It almost looked like. I thought they were trying to speed us up too.
Yeah, I don't. Possibly. I mean, you can speed up anything if you really want to. I mean, I think they wanted to get themselves going. I think they were disappointed in the first half and want to try something different, see if they could, obviously if you're going to turn somebody over, you're going to speed the game up. But generally that defense is going to make teams pass it a lot. And with a lot of passes, it can slow it down. So,
and absolutely, I don't think we got into our sets until 20 seconds in the shot clock.
Right.
When they ran that press.
Right.
But
so
yeah,
it slowed us down. To some extent, it slowed us down. Although a couple of times they just threw it over and shot it, which I thought was good.
Yeah, we passed up a lot of open, not shots, but we had a couple drives there. Coop hit a 3 out of that press. Alvaro hit the game winner out of that press.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we won I told all my buddies, I said, we got to win the rebounding battle. We got to win points in the paint. You're going to foul. You're going to foul against that team.
Wait a minute. You told your buddies that they got to win the rebounding battle. You actually believed heading into this game that was a battle they could win?
No, I said we have to win that rebounding battle.
No, I know.
Keep it close. Keep it close.
Yeah, keep it close this was like the best rebounding team in the country.
Did we win the rebounding battle?
I don't know if they're the best in the country, but they were good. I mean, they're big. I mean, it was, especially on the offensive boards, there's nothing worse than giving up a bunch of offensive rebounds. That's when you're going to foul. That's when you give up easy baskets. And I don't know how many offensive rebounds they end up with. It wasn't a lot.
They ended up with Iowa had 10 offensive rebounds. Florida had 9. They broke even in total. I'm just saying, I had no.
Florida had 9 offensive rebounds.
And Florida had 9.
How much did their big guy have? The one that shoved Jurok, I don't know what his name is. He averages 11 rebounds, 12 rebounds a game.
Yeah,
they both ended up with pretty decent numbers.
Condon had 5 rebounds. Howe had 6. So, but yeah, no, it's unbelievable the effort down the glass collectively, Jace. So, anything else before I let you slide?
And then last thing, I'll leave after I say this. Getting Coop and Alvaro back in that second half helped the shooting too. Coop on the bench for 10 to 12 minutes was not helping that at all.
Yeah. And they just needed Alvaro to play. I mean, he was playing really well when he was in there, and I love the fight. I don't think he was trying to punch him in either, but I mean, you don't want any risk of being thrown out. When he was playing, he played well. Graded marks. Jason, thank you for being here, sir.
Yeah, now I have to deal with the Cornhusker fans for a week, Corey.
They play Thursday at 6:30, reportedly. That's the reported time. I've already seen that. So,
that's a bit of a quick turnaround.
It's a very quick turnaround, especially when you play Sunday night. But all right, Jason. Thank you, sir. Go Hawks. Absolutely. Chad, we need Iowa fans to travel to match Nebraska fans. Thank you for that super chat, Chad. And I know Gary would agree wholeheartedly.
Definitely.
VMS is a premium member. He's in our Discord. And adding the super chat here, I was sweating more in the last 3 minutes of the men's game than yesterday at Carver for the women's game. And that was much too close against FDU, a 15 seed. But the Iowa women pulled it out. They will play tomorrow afternoon, and I will be there in Carver. So come up to me, say hi. That's going to be quite the game against a feisty West Virginia squad. Thank you, VMS, for the super chat. Gerard with the super chat as well. Thank you so much for this. If there was a comment, I don't see it. I will try to find it. All right. We've got a few more people, Gary. Do you, let's see here. It's getting late out in the East Coast. I want to be kind to you.
Okay.
UConn and UCLA are going down the wire, but it looks like UConn has pulled away with 4 minutes to go. We got a couple of our longtime callers. I'm going to be a little bit unfair to them, but more fair to you. We're going to take our last call, which is going to be Bo, and then I will continue to take calls, folks. So if you're on hold,
okay,
I promise I'm going to be here
call
for
all night.
Bo, yeah, I'll be as long as people want to hang out. Bo, you get Coach Close last. You get to sing a lullaby. So thank you for being here, Bo.
Hey, Corey. Actually calling from the Dominican Republic, so I know it's like to be late.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we appreciate you making the effort to be here.
Do they have TVs down there?
Thank the Lord for VPN that my Hulu couldn't track where I was from. Otherwise, they wouldn't let me watch the game. But there's actually like Iowa fans here. It's crazy.
Nice.
But a couple of things. Shout out. I was really impressed with Koch, and I was thinking the same thing. How appropriate it was that his dad was a senior on that '99 team. It's kind of like it was destiny. But I was just looking at a couple of things that Coach, you were talking about them blowing out. I actually looked at Florida's schedule recently, or just on my iPad here while I was listening, and something I think is a credit to Iowa. And it's funny because as high as we are, I think back a few weeks ago how low we were after Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that was really low, and it's just like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. But what I have to give credit, and I told my brother-in-law this, is I think that Iowa could go after him because of how they played against Nebraska and Michigan at the end of the year.
Right.
And I think that's a credit to the Big Ten is, looking at the schedule, Iowa had experience in tight games, and I'm looking, and Florida really didn't have any one-possession games. They're winning by 10 or plus. And it's like, I think back to there's a 30 for 30 on the NC State 83 team. And Winberg talks about, there were games in the tournament where they were down. It's like, that's where we were comfortable, what we were used to. That's why I kind of had some more confidence in that last 3 minutes. Like, Iowa can keep this within a possession or two. I feel good about this. I really feel good. I think that what your point is well made about them blowing out didn't help Florida. The other thing, though, I posted on the Discord, a little bit of X's and O's here. And I think Barkley's specific point on Florida's bad defense was, why are you pressing them to set up a fast break? And I posted the screenshot of it's right as Garris is catching the ball. Banks is wide open under the rim because they're playing one guy guarding the rim and he jumps out to Fulgaris. Like, even if Fulgaris is not confident in that, Banks is wide open for the tying layup. But I also am glad he shot that because with the foul situation, I'm not as confident that we would have survived 5 minutes on the fouls. So again,
I agree. I think that was planned.
Yep. I mean, I just got to give credit though to McCollum. Like that play was just so set. But the other shot I got to give is Bennett Sturts was 0 for 9 from 3. But if you look at the screenshot on the Discord I posted, they have him bracketed at the 3-point line. I really think Florida thought he was going to shoot the 3. Because he takes off and they bracket him and they didn't even pay attention to Fulgaris in the corner.
No.
So it's like, but I think that part of that is the setup of players still having confidence. He was hoisting up those long threes all game long with as much confidence as you can think that kind of kept Florida honest. So I got to give some shout out to him. Even though like we talk about, he's not having his great games, he's still affecting the game in positive ways. So I think that's fantastic. The other thing is I can't, because I'm in the Dominican, I can't do Super Chat for some reason. iTunes won't let me. It's like, well, you'd reset this to the Dominican Republic or whatever. But no, I was in 6th grade in 99. And I remember, of course, the part I remember about that was being so excited beating Arkansas and then taking on Rick Hamilton and Khalid Al-Alamein, who went on to win the national title. But for some reason, the play in that Sweet 16 game that sticks out in my mind was, I think Dean Oliver had the flu the week before, and he gets a steal and just in a fast break had the guts to pull up for a 3 in that game against UConn. They lost it, but I don't know why. But I will always remember Oliver, being a kid pulling up for that 3 and drilling it, and it was just great memories. The last thing I had to joke about is somebody brought up Jerry Tarkanian. It's like a flood of memories. How hard was he chewing on that damn towel during the 87 game? Granted, I was born like a month later, but just that trademark chewing on the towel all the time. So
Bo,
like that.
again, your safe travels back to the U.S., okay?
Appreciate it, Corey. Talk to you probably tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for the call all the way from there. That's cool.
Yeah, Bo is going to be with us for tomorrow for post game, so we appreciate him being here. And I didn't want to miss this. This was a super chat from Gerard. I just don't think it made it on the actual super chat. Ben and this team joined the 80 and 87 teams that both came so close. Join the 80 and 87 teams. Okay, I get what Gerard's saying here, but I mean, just no question. I mean, you put yourself in the history books with one game and one shot, really. Joseph with the super chat. The last time Iowa made the Sweet 16, Cooper Koch's dad was on the team. Wild. It absolutely.
You think that'll get a little play this week?
Oh, I think it will get a lot of play. And how about this Iowa, Nebraska for a spot in the Elite Eight? Gary, let's get together, even if it's for 10, 15 minutes at some point to preview that. I'm not going to put you on the spot now. Let's kind of get through this weekend at the end of March Madness. UCLA, UConn is winding down, but we've got times. I just want to let everybody know that there are a few times that have been released. And Gary, you'll be curious on this as well. Here is the official release from March Madness from the NCAA on times for this coming round. And we'll start here.
Lord.
What are you
I hate those late games.
I'm sorry. 9 o'clock Thursday, 9 o'clock, 9 Central, 10 Eastern, Illinois and Houston. That's quite a start time.
Oh.
But yeah, Iowa, Nebraska, you get Kevin Harlan, Robbie Hummel, Stan Van Gundy, and Lauren Shahadi. And that will be.
Let me take a look here. Texas, Purdue.
TBS and True TV. So.
Wow, I can't believe how late those are.
Those are kind of late, but again, it's a weeknight, and they want people. They want time for all they want.
When is Iowa playing? Oh,
Iowa's
7:30.
7:30 Eastern in Houston. TBS and True TV on Thursday.
Okay.
So, and then on Friday you'll get St. John's and Duke, Texas Tech, or either Texas Tech. That game has went final, hasn't it? No, it is not. It's halftime, so we'll catch the second half there. But Bama's up big. Texas Tech, Bama, but it'll be Bama.
Bama's up big, and UConn won.
UConn's about to. Yeah, they're up double figures, which is disappointing. I actually thought UCLA might pull that out, but and then they'll play the winner of that game. Will play Michigan State, and then Tennessee and Iowa State really late, 10 Eastern Friday. From Chicago.
Oh man, that's late. I'll admit it. I had to record a few games and get up in the morning and watch them. I couldn't.
I understand.
Couldn't stay all the way up. I recorded the High Point and Arkansas game. My gosh, that was
quite a game. That was quite a game. That was an unbelievable game.
Glad I did.
Back and forth offense. A lot of really good players on the High Point team.
Yes, there are. They're a good team.
That lead guard is going to be wanted if he enters the portal. He'll have plenty of options. So
I think he's a senior, isn't he?
Oh, is he a senior? Okay.
I think he's a senior.
It's too bad.
As I watch him, I'm going, oh man, there are going to be a lot of people calling up those kids.
YouTube sucks. Remind us. Yes, Gary was coaching in '99, and Luke sums this night up. Thank you, Coach Close. Gary, so happy that I could share this with you.
That was memorable.
What an awesome day. What an awesome moment. What an awesome win.
It really is.
and it goes down in the history books. Thank you for taking an Iowa program to multiple Sweet 16s, and of course, prior to this one, the last one in '99. So we appreciate everything you give to the show, Gary. Get some shut eye, and
okay.
we'll
talk later. Yep.
Talking Iowa,
All right.
Nebraska. Thanks,
All right,
Coach.
go Hawks. Yep.
Go Hawks, absolutely. All right, folks, we're here. I'm going to stick up with everybody. We're going to continue to talk Iowa basketball for the foreseeable future. We'll go to our call line in just a second. But first, we go to the obvious. Big Grove's big play of the game. Alvaro Folgueras, his game-winning three in the final moments. It went through the net. They ended up putting a few seconds or a few tenths of a second back on the clock. It ended up saying 4.5 seconds to go. That was the shot to send Iowa to the Sweet 16. You could not write the script any better. That is the winner today, Alvaro Folgueras, Big Grove's big play of the game. Before we get to our next caller, big thank you to Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team. If we didn't have Brad, we don't have this show. That's just the reality of it, folks. Please take a quick moment in the morning. It's Monday tomorrow, in just about an hour and a half it's Monday. But once they open their office on Monday morning, please call Brad and his team to thank them for the support they've given to this show. And they'll get you a free quote if you want one. But at the least, just call them to thank them for their support. They can be called at 515-256-6480, 515-256-6480. Their website is www.bradvanmeter.com. Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team in Des Moines. All right, we'll go right back to our phone line. We have got several people waiting on hold. We'll start with our person out west, I believe. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Gary Close. Who's on the line? Do we have you on the line, caller? I cannot hear them. Call us back. For some reason, we can't hear you. We'll try to get them back in this in just a second. How about Tony? Tony the Tiger and a little cameo for Ben in the background. Tony, this is what it's all about. I hope that's a non-alcoholic beer, right?
Yeah.
I know it is. Hey, Tony, I'll tell you what, take a couple of calls with me before we chat. Can you do that? Because
you're good.
Calling Iowa postgame here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, it's Pat
Hey, Pat.
Wyoming.
Welcome. I couldn't hear you. Thanks
How
for
are
calling
you?
back. I'm doing great. How are you?
No worries. Great call on play of the game. Couple of things. First of all, just watched Mick Cronin melt down in the last 5 minutes of the UCLA UConn game. Got a technical, took his team out of the game.
Oh my! He's got a bit of a loose cannon.
He is. This is going to lead me to another point. But first of all, Iowa didn't hold Florida to 67 points, but pretty darn close, and close enough to get the win.
That's fair. And if I will say, if you had told me they'd give up 72, I still would have said they lost. But you're right.
I agree.
You're right.
Hey, can I ask Pat? You mentioned Mick Cronin. How bad do you feel for the refs that you got Danny Hurley on the other sideline too?
I'm telling you, watching Mick Cronin coach against Danny Hurley is hilarious. Every time Hurley walks up the sideline, it seriously looks like he is trying to take a poop or something. It's just weird. But anyway.
Sorry to get you off. I just wanted to get going.
But speaking of discipline and Mick Cronin and coaching, rewind the last 8 seconds and watch Folgueras' ball go through the hoop and watch the 5 players' reaction on the court, which speaks to the Iowa coaching staff ability to instill discipline. Nobody loses their mind. Folgueras doesn't run around like a chicken with his head cut off. I'll grant you this, the bench goes wild. But the other 5 players that were on the court, you know what Tavion Banks does? The ball goes through the hoop and he pushes it out of bounds like they'd made the shot 100 times. And I thought that little nuance really speaks to what this staff is doing. It's like, okay, this was supposed to happen, and after we make the shot, nobody freak out, as opposed to what happened with Santa Clara versus Kentucky, where Santa Clara lost their mind and, gave up an unnecessary 35-foot good look. I grant Kentucky made it, but anyway, I just think that speaks volumes about the way Iowa played, their discipline, the coaching staff. So anyway, good win. Go Hawks. Thanks,
Pat.
you guys, for staying up, and have a good night.
You too, Pat. Thank you for the call. Good stuff.
I wanted to add on something to what he said. I've watched wall-to-wall basketball. I was talking with my buddy at halftime, and I said, look, if this is an end-of-the-game situation, we've seen Vanderbilt give up a straight line drive last night against Nebraska, uncontested.
Yep.
We saw St. John, Kansas give up a straight line drive against St. John's.
And is aware of that. As locked in as he is with Iowa, he knows that 4-5 is a lot of time.
Yeah, and I was like, there is no way these guys are not going to be locked in if that's the situation. And I know you covered it, but the defense was just amazing that last, you let the time expire and you don't even let them get a shot off. And I think I just wanted to add, that's another layer to the onion that Pat was referencing. Like, the players acted like they've been there before, and they didn't overreact like you see some of these other teams do.
Yeah. So Gary made a bit of a political joke earlier, and we have some people who are overreacting to it. So please let's just politics. This is not.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking for Gary, but we don't mix politics. He made a comment, but let's just keep things to sports. This is a sports show.
Yep.
You'll never ever hear me, and Tony, you know this. You'll never ever hear me say a word on politics, social issues, religion on this show.
But you do endorse sports betting, and you're really big. No, I'm just kidding.
No, and I don't.
I know. I'm giving you
sports betting. So, anyways,
sorry, I just had to give you.
Yeah, let's keep this about sports because,
yeah.
I mean, what greater moment could you have than what we experienced this evening? So let's go back to our phone line. We've got Seth on the phone with us. Seth, welcome to the show. Thanks for calling in, sir.
Looking good. I mean, I was not expecting that to happen with Iowa against Florida, but then again, I was mostly keeping my tabs on the St. John, Kansas game. How does Rick Pitino justify letting a 14-point lead get away from him only to score on the last bucket of the game? That's what I like to effing know.
Tony, can you respond? I'm going to let you take this call.
It was 3D chess because he knew that Kansas head wasn't in the game. He was going to get a wide open layup to win the game. He just wanted to create drama for TV ratings.
There you go.
I do not like when coaches do that.
Yeah.
You and probably a lot of other people, Seth.
Thanks. In any case, Iowa is not going to have an easy matchup coming up next. They got Nebraska coming up. And that will not be easy for them. I mean, Hawkeyes and Cornhuskers. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, is Iowa better with basketball or are they better with football?
I don't know. Right now, it's
Cornhuskers are usually synonymous for their football program, right?
Well, actually, lately it's women's volleyball.
I was going to say they haven't really been relevant.
This is their first. This is their first NCAA tournament win. 3 days ago? Now Nebraska's arrived. I mean, they have 2 NCAA tournament wins in their history. They've arrived, man.
They've arrived.
They've never gotten into the tournament. Or
no, they've never won a game in the NCAA tournament. They've gotten in. This year was the first year they've won a game in the NCAA tournament.
Damn.
That's an appropriate response.
That's a way to respond. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, it's going to be a fun game, and I'll tell you what, Seth. They're going to the Cornhusker fans are going to travel down there. I know it's a Thursday game. I have to.
Where are the regional semis in the South?
Houston.
Oh.
And the late games, Houston's playing pretty much at home.
Tony, I'll say this: as much as I believe Nebraska fans will travel, and I think Iowa fans are phenomenal. If I had to pick one, I think it's going to be a lot more red than gold.
Well, I will say this: there will be a lot more red because Houston will be there, and it'll look
Well,
also red because Illinois fans travel as well. That Houston
Technically,
Illinois
they're
game is gonna be
orange,
a
but the point still applies.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're technically they're orange, but it'll look red. But yeah,
right.
I think our two teams will be the third and fourth most represented. Illinois and Houston. That's going to be wow,
barn burner.
Oh yeah, those two fan bases travel.
Going to be.
I think the matchup most people are looking at that will be the best one in the Sweet 16 will be Michigan State against UConn.
That's going to be a game. Yeah, that is going to be a game as well. And another coaching, amazing coaching battle between Hurley and Izzo. There's a lot of great coaches left in this tournament. And that's why, I mean, that's shouldn't surprise anybody that great coaches get their teams to the Sweet 16. But, I mean, just think of, how about this one? The Big Ten rematch of McCollum versus Hoiberg. You have Izzo versus Hurley. You have Sampson versus
Underwood. Not Norwood, Underwood.
Underwood, although he has not had
against who's still coaching Duke.
Shire.
Shire versus Duke play.
Versus Patino.
St. John's.
Yeah, Patino. I mean, you have Nate Oates versus the new guy at Michigan. I mean, yeah,
Dusty May. Yeah.
You have how about Sean Miller versus Purdue and Matt Painter?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of stuff going, a lot of coaching battles there. So, anyway, Seth, anything else before I let you slide, sir?
My question is, if one of these coaches decide to move up in the NBA to the NBA, any of them, not Patino, he's been there, done that, and he got basically destroyed in it. His tenure in Boston is something that ruined his coaching rep on the pro level, and he'll never recover it. But having said that, can they prove they're more than just the big fish in the small ponds that the NCAA is?
I think Fred Hoiberg should probably try to give that a chance. What do you think, Corey?
If I was to pick a coach that I think could have success at the NBA level of guys who are left, I would probably go Hurley. But I don't know. Hurley's.
I don't know if he'd fit with the NBA. His style, I don't think would fit.
Would Tom Izzo fit?
I don't think his style would fit in the NBA either.
Yeah, unless he just wants to keep coaching, and he doesn't want the college game anymore.
I think the one that would fit, that's not coaching, but was on the opposite side, I think Golden would fit in the NBA. I think Florida's coach would.
It's a good one. And the previous Florida coach that won a national title went to the NBA, and he's still in the NBA.
Yeah, Billy Donovan.
So
too bad he's been under the gun for the last few years in Chicago. I could see him getting fired.
Yeah, Billy Donovan has had some. He's had some success in the league. He's had enough success to stick around, but Chicago's a tough place. So, Seth, we appreciate you calling in, sir. We appreciate that, and keep following March. We'll hopefully talk to you again. All right. Yeah, see lots of, man, there's so many comments that I just didn't get to this evening. So I had to prioritize the super chats. If you still want your comment on display, please leave us a super chat and we'll get it on display. But yeah, Steeler Chick, please help us out. Not just me, but the platform. Hit the like button. Have you left a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts, on Amazon, on Spotify? Why not? Please do that. 5-star rating. It does help, and a like button on this video helps more than you realize. Yeah, I'm going to be at the game tomorrow, so let's get that win as well. How about this? Brian says, great job and win from a lifelong Badger. Very well coached, especially in the last minute. If guard coached us that well, we'd still be playing. McCollum reminds me of a younger Bo Ryan. That's a pretty darn good compliment. I wish I had gotten this comment up when Gary was still here, but that's a pretty darn good compliment. So, all right. This is I don't agree with this. Skylar says game would drag on forever if they challenge fouls. No, you limit the number of unsuccessful challenges that you can have. That's what we keep going back to. And that will make officiating better, I believe, in the long run.
Can I touch on that?
Sure.
Not the challenge, but the officiating. I don't know how much, because I was on and off listening. I honestly thought the officials did an amazing job tonight. And here's why I want to say that. As a referee, you had to feel the temperature of that game right after that jump ball with Alvaro and who it was. Like, that game could have boom, blew up and been a melting pot if the referees did not keep control of that game, in my opinion. Like, I think that was very challenging on their part. Like,
I agree. I just think some of those obvious ones, Tony,
Yeah.
just like the three I mentioned earlier, Koch getting, blasted to the ground, then the one-handed shove to basically, it wasn't neck, but it was upper chest, should be obvious, right in front of the ball. And then the play at the end of the half, you can go back and review it. And maybe they did. They said it would have been a common foul.
I don't think the one at the end of the half could have been reviewed because they inbounded. Oh, they could have? Because they inbounded, so a play happened in between. Because remember, we inbounded the ball at 0.3.
No, I don't believe that. Somebody can tell me I'm wrong on this, but I believe a flagrant, they can go back and look at a potential flagrant plays before.
Okay, I didn't know.
As far as I'm aware, hey, there was 0.3 on the clock. McCollum was appealing to them then. They should have went to the monitor right then and there.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree.
All right. Let's go back to our phone line. We have James with us. James.
How you doing? I mean, we're all doing good, I guess. We're all doing good, But a couple of things. First off, I've said this a lot, and this is how Ben's teams are, right? And I say Ben's coaching style, but one thing that's always great with Ben's coaching style is you can win every game, you lose every game. I said that all the time, but also just the effort. His players give ultimate effort, they give ultimate fight, and they don't give up a lot of times, right? So they're always there. And when they could have got down on themselves when they went on that run, right? The 12, like when they're up 12 and then they're down, right? They could have just gave up and said, we ain't got a chance to win this game, right? Like, oh, we had our chance, but we had a chance, but we blew it, right? We had a chance, but we blew it. Right, and they didn't do that. They kept sticking, and they hit the game winner. So I want to give credit to just everybody, right? Like not even just. I know Ben had his night, but Ben ain't making the play. Tavion, Al, even Cam. I know Cam got in some foul trouble, but like he's out there fighting too, working, right? If he wasn't out there fighting and working, we wouldn't be in that situation, right? Cooper Koch. It just shows effort and intensity of like. I don't know how many people out there thought we could do it, and we did it, right? So that's just a big thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. And since Tony left, it looks like it's you, me, and Ben McCollum.
That's all right. It's all right. I might need some coaching tips for him, so I'll be all right. But
there you go.
Yeah, but I've never obviously been in this moment. You've never been in this moment, right? We're the same age, so we've never really been in this moment. We don't know how to feel right now, right? Like after it happened, I like told my friends, I was like, it took me a second to believe what just happened because I was sitting on my couch like, did I just see that, right? Like I didn't know what I just saw, right? Because I've never seen it. But it was also cool with Alvaro, everything that's happened to his family, his dad passing away, his mom being there makes it even more special, right? But and just that moment makes it special to see Alvaro be the kid who hits it, right? Like maybe he should have got ejected, maybe not. That's up to debate. I'm not here to debate whether or not he should have got ejected on that. I don't care either way. He didn't, and he made the game-winning shot, right? But whether he should have or not, he's still. They might have. To be honest with you, that might have lit a fire under him, though. That might have lit a fire under him, right? That whole play where he got dragged down the ground, that might have lit a fire under him, and that's their fault. So.
Yeah, I don't think he should have been ejected for that.
I'm saying other people have opinions. I don't think he should have either. But that's the way he should have or not. I don't have an opinion. I don't care what people's opinions are. People have their own opinions. I'm not going to hear to.
Yeah, the crowd obviously the crowd wanted him to be ejected, but the crowd is
Florida, mostly Florida. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, I don't like the motion of what he did because it puts refs in a position where they have to decide whether or not he remains in gameplay or not, and I don't like that. But I'm with Gary. I don't think he was trying to land a punch, and that's not who he is. Anyways, he's never seen him do anything like that. It was a takedown move. I have no issue with the double tech. I do think the officials got that one right.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to give shout out to Tavion for stepping up too, right? I think we talk about Alvaro because he hit the shot, right? But I don't think we talk about the other aspects. And as a coach, I don't just look at obviously the numbers, the shot, right? Like it's a great shot, but what led up to the shot, right? What led up to the points of that, right? It's like Tavion. Obviously, he missed the free throws, but he was getting rebounds as much as he could. He was working. He was getting as much rebounds as he can, being physical, right? And he put us in that situation too. Everybody did, but he put us in that situation specifically with some of the stuff he did defensively and getting rebounds as well, right? So,
yeah. And how about this? I just want to bring this up. I saw this comment in the chat from Jason. How about 2 Iowa teams in the Sweet 16?
Yeah,
in men's basketball. if you had said that heading into the season that in one of the two major basketball sports, women's and men's basketball, that two teams from the state of Iowa would make it, you'd probably
You thought
say,
it would be girls.
Women's basketball.
Yeah.
And if it's not somebody from the Missouri Valley, it's, without question, Audie Crooks and the Cyclones plus the Iowa Hawkeyes. But the Hawkeyes may make it. Audie Crooks and the Cyclones will not. But now Iowa State and Iowa men both are in the Final 16.
Yeah, the one thing I kind of wish, and I think people haven't talked about this, is obviously we played Nebraska. We know how to play Nebraska. They know how to play us. So it's going to be a little weird of playing a team a third time, right? Because you don't really get that. I mean, obviously in the Big Ten tournament, sometimes you do, right? But in the NCAA tournament, you don't really get that look of playing a team third time, right? And especially in that. But this is a neutral site kind of in a way. Who knows who's going to travel better? But it's a neutral site, right? So it'll be interesting to kind of see that part too. But you don't really get to play a team a third time when it comes to us, at least, we're going to play a team third time when it comes to actual March Madness.
Yep. No, you're right. This is a very rare situation. Sometimes it happens in the Big Ten tournament, but
yeah,
I honestly, can I just say, I don't like it. Tony, I want your opinion on this. I don't like the fact that I was playing Nebraska. I just, it's not a matter of, do I think Iowa can win? That's not it. It's just, it's like playing Iowa State. I love the rivalry when Iowa wins, but I hate when they lose. And nobody can take this night and this moment and this accomplishment away from Iowa. But I don't like the idea of having to play Nebraska again. I just wish they were in a different part of the bracket.
Can I say something though?
Yeah.
And we're gonna practice your vocabulary here, Corey. They're playing in a cavernous arena at Toyota. It's another NBA arena. And Nebraska is known for relying heavily on the three. Sight lines and stuff like that could benefit us greatly, I believe, in a situation like that.
Oh, absolutely. No, 100%. James, anything else before I let
you? Yeah, I want to say one more thing. And this is about getting there, right? If you would have told me when I was a kid that we would have got there, I probably would have believed you, right? But if you would have told me, at some point in my lifetime, I would have believed you, right? If you said at some point in your lifetime you're going to get to Sweet 16, I probably would have believed you, right? Would I have believed you if it was a coach who was born in Iowa City and raised instead of Iowa? Probably not, right? I probably would have thought you're probably smoking something. I don't know what you're doing, but you're not all the way here, right? But that makes it even sweeter too, right? We got it from a coach who's from the state, who was born in the state, right? Was born in Iowa City, was also raised in the state, right? I think that makes it sweeter too. It's people don't talk about that, right? You got one of our own to lead us to the last Sweet 16 in
it's amazing.
Years.
They got him at the right time. It was amazing. That's why you had to let Fran go. Tony, you were a Fran guy, but you could not miss on the cycle of DeVries and McCollum in the same cycle. And there was so much apathy. Everything timed out the way it needed to time out. And, I'm happy for Fran, but boy, doesn't it almost feel validating, right? Yeah. That Iowa did it this, not that we would have doubted had they lost this game, but it just feels validating that
Fran had success this year too. I'm sure he's happy to lead.
Totally different.
Oh no, I know, but I'm sure he's happy to help his alma mater and stuff. It's a rare win-win, I think,
Yeah, and honestly, do you think Connor McCaffrey's happy for Iowa? Come on, Tony.
I know Connor's not.
Nobody cares.
I know. I asked the
question because Ryan asked the question: is Connor sad?
I plead the fifth.
That's the unfortunate thing. I think a lot of Iowa fans wish the best for Fran.
It'd be nice because there's a lot of former players who were active. Yeah. I saw Anthony Clemens was.
I seen on Twitter. I seen J-Bo said something. Peyton Sanford even said something. He was like, "Let's go. I'm happy." And I was like, "It's kind of weird for Peyton to say something, because
he said something earlier today too."
His situation. And I was like, "That's kind of weird," but it's cool to see him do that be there. Obviously, I don't know what he's going to do in that whole situation. No matter what.
He's already said it, James. I don't know if you saw that. He said it earlier today before the game. He said he would be so stoked if Iowa played Nebraska, and he said, "Let's go Iowa."
Yeah, and no, but I'm saying now that they're actually playing each other, it's going to be.
He didn't say, "Let's go Iowa against Nebraska."
He did.
Yeah, he did. No, not against Nebraska, but.
No, he did. If Iowa, Nebraska, I'm dead serious. I would pull up his tweet and I will send it to you.
I've seen the tweet, Tony.
He said Iowa. He was favor Iowa.
All right. You pull it up, but I'm pretty certain he said, "Let's go Iowa tonight" because he wanted that matchup.
Maybe
So
I just read it as "Let's go."
I think you read it wrong. I believe.
Hey, yeah, fair enough. Fair
All
enough.
right.
But
he's not going to go against his brother. He's not going to go against his brother outwardly. I don't
He
think
just said, "Let's go Hawks."
Here's
So I
here's
just
the
think-
thing. I hope that I can be there. I don't know that I'll be in Houston or not, but part of the reason why I hope that I'm there is because I don't want to have to see the Sanford family every time. Like in between every possession, we have to flip over to his parents. Who cares? I mean, with all due respect to his parents, there are like 20 other players' parents probably there. Why do we need to see the Sanford parents over and over again? What is there some special power they possess that I'm not aware of? I don't understand what makes them more of a storyline than all the other parents. Like Peyton Price has had a really good year, but so have a lot of Big Ten players. And for some reason, we love to show those parents. I don't get that, but
Are they just the most photogenic? I'm trying to throw something out.
Maybe in Lincoln,
Yeah.
they are. I mean,
I
there
mean,
may not be as much.
look at their competition, probably.
Does it say is there not as much to choose from? Oh, that's me.
Well,
That's
and it's also funny because I
kidding.
was going to get off, but then you brought it up to kind of the Fran leaving and then the coaching decision. You went with Ben McCollum, who I think a lot of us thought was the right choice, right? But there were some people out there who were not. We're saying DeVries, right? Like, how good and sweet does this feel to feel like you made the right decision, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you made the tournament, obviously, but like now you're even more validated of like you made the right decision. Like, we made the right decision. Like, Beth knew what she was doing, right? Like, how much more validating does that feel?
By the way, what does this mean? Because both their sons played for Iowa. What's that? I'm not even talking about against Iowa. I'm watching other.
No, it's normal game. Yeah, dude, it was last night against Vanderbilt.
Against Vanderbilt. Like, no, that's what I'm talking about. I don't understand that at all. But and Jay Prouty, in fairness, they showed Alvaro's mom pretty often tonight. Did they?
They showed her once. They showed her one time. I saw her.
They showed her once, and then at the end of the game. And by the way,
Yeah.
she's never been to a game. She's from Spain. She's never been to an Iowa game. That's totally
different. That's totally different. Yeah, she's seen her son play. This is the second game she's ever seen her son play at Iowa ever. This is the third time she's ever seen him play in general in college basketball. That one's a little bit different, right?
So how are we gonna do a GoFundMe to get her to this Houston?
Right. I'm saying we got, dude. If we're winning, we got to keep her going all the way until we don't keep winning no more.
She's our sister Jean.
Here. Yeah, for sure. She might be on to something though, but.
All right.
But no,
Anyway.
we gotta find any way to get her to Houston as much as we can. So if somebody got an extra plane ticket or something, maybe they can take her down there with you, But
I think Alvaro has a few extra bucks if his NIL deal is what I've heard. So I think.
Yeah.
By the way, Russell says in the women's game you can challenge as long as you have a timeout. I guess I didn't realize that. That's a stupid inconsistency with the men's game.
And I'll get off, but I'm gonna say this, Tony. You said the reffing wasn't bad, right? But
yeah, I didn't think it was.
But the two calls, there's two calls there where you can't miss both of them. Maybe one, but both of them you cannot miss. The one where J-Rock got absolutely ran over. You have three refs on the court. One guy should be able to see that. There's no way all three guys missed that. And then the one where, whether you think he flopped or not, because I see people on Twitter like he flopped, but the one where Cooper got like almost hit in the jaw. The ref's right there. You got to at least hit one of them. If you miss one of them, cool, I'm fine with that. Right? If you miss one and get the other one, cool. You wash it. But you miss both of them.
I guess to me, James, it was more of I'm looking at the temperature of the game, and that when that jump ball happened, and Fulgaris got suplexed, and most of the people in the arena think Fulgaris threw a punch. Like, I think the fact that thing could have went off the rails so quickly that it seemed pretty calm and under control. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
I agree with you on that. But that play where he ran him over, that could have brought it back up again if you don't call that, right? So, like,
100%.
Whether you're keeping it cool or not, if you don't call that could start the whole thing back up again, right? And it's like you got to kind of try to. You're doing a good job of keeping it where it is, and you're missing calls that could turn the game back to where it already was, right? You have to make some of those calls, especially with the situation you're already in with the game, where the game is. But that's just more what my point was. But everybody enjoy your night, and we got another one tomorrow. Hopefully we can go 2 for 2 in Sweet 16s. And I don't know the last time I've ever said that in my life, but I'm happy, to get the chance even to be 2 for 2 in Sweet 16s, right? Or to get to there to lose twice on both men and women's side. So enjoy your night, and
Okay, James.
I don't know how much I'm gonna sleep tonight, but go Hawks.
Go Hawks, James. Appreciate you being here, sir. James is a Discord member. Folks, if you've not yet joined the Discord, do so while Tony tries to fix his picture so he doesn't look like a blurred out. Be sure you join the Discord. Instructions scrolling across the bottom of your screen. $5 for a month, $50 if you went in for the entire year ahead. Donate via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Label your donation Discord. It's constant conversation. It's like a big message board or group chat. Easy way of looking at it. That's what it is. Join from the Hawkeye of the Storm's Discord server today. Iowa men's basketball, Iowa women's basketball, Iowa football conversation, even some wrestling in there, here and there. Please.
Yeah, and you had a nice little thing at halftime.
Yeah, we've been doing some halftime stuff, audio stuff. Do you enjoy that, Tony?
Yeah.
I mean, constant conversation. I mean, you really probably can't get that anywhere else. I mean, I'm sure there are other group chats out there, but we've got a nice community over there. So please consider joining the Discord. All right. How about this? Lisa says, let's send Corey a celebratory Venmo in honor of his hard work and huge Hawkeye victory. And Lisa's not just talk. Lisa just dropped a Discord, or excuse me, a Venmo contribution. Thank you so much. She says, thank you for the wonderful show. Go Hawks. Very, very much appreciate that, Lisa. And yeah, it could not express my appreciation more for all the support from all of our viewers this evening and all the donations, the sponsors. But again, thank you, Lisa Donlinger, for am I pronouncing her last name correctly, Tony?
Sounds right. She's on the West Coast, right, or something like that. If I remember.
She's in California, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So no, we appreciate Lisa for being here.
Right,
It's a little earlier out there than it is here. But anyways, all right, let's go back to our phone line. But first, Cat Spaceman says, just joining in, am I the only person seeing that Alvaro is trying to regain his balance and then go back with the ball with the punch? He gets jerked down because the other guy pulls the ball. Somebody said that. I think it was Kyle said that during our halftime show. So, no, you're not the only one that saw it that way. All right, let's go back to our phone line. We got Kirk on the line with us. Kirk, welcome to the Sweet 16 show.
Awesome. Yes. Sweet 16 show. Love it. You can hear me all right?
We got you.
Okay. Yeah. Joined the show late, so may have missed stuff. We'll just see what's been chimed in on. First off, play the game. If it qualifies, I'm giving it to Ben McCollum for his little his short on-court halftime going into halftime.
Yeah.
Says, hey, people are getting sensitive. They're getting sensitive over there. We're just competing. I mean,
was that at halftime or was it?
Yeah.
They
halftime.
Was it halftime? Okay.
Yeah, because it was right after. It was right. I mean, it was definitely right after the.
No, you're right. It was at halftime because Banks was, Banks the halftime. That was like after timeout, like the under 4, under 8 timeout.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it was after.
But I love that. I know it was after the incident.
In their
yeah, after the incident, right? Yeah. And which I mean, to me, it's like with what you guys already talked about, the guy getting leveled right before halftime, which it's amazing that the TV announcers did not pick up on that at all. The producers had to tell them sometime during the ad break. But.
And the Condon thing, yeah, that was ridiculous. The Condon push. The thing about that too is not that was flagrant necessarily, but I mean, if they determined it was above the shoulders, and I don't really think it was, Tony, but that Condon shove with the one hand was very blatant. He was involved with the little thing with Alvaro.
Mm-hmm.
If Alvaro had done that, boy, the Sea of Blue would have been a raging mess, tsunami.
Yeah. Some part of me thinks that they're like, we didn't kick this guy out, which I think was the right ruling. I think that double tech was exactly right.
Yeah.
The pull down of the guy, that was completely unnecessary. Pull down of Alvaro. I like to think that, well, okay, let's not put it that way. Some part of me thinks Alvaro was, his instinct was, I'm punching this guy. And it was like, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. No. And so anyway, that's
weird. It was sort of a weird thing.
I think I agree with what caller's saying. I'm sorry I forgot your name, but I agree with what you're saying. Like, these guys know what they're doing. The fact that he missed him by that much, I think, was that brain like, no, I can't do that. I can't. And he's already started.
He initially decided he was going to punch him.
Look at the way he got taken down. I mean, this is just instinct This guy, I mean,
The tension.
I don't even want to go into detail. To me, I would love for Alvaro to come out and say that and be like, for a second there, yeah, I wanted to punch the guy, but then I said, no, I can't.
To be safe, I think it'd be wise for him to wait until his career at Iowa.
Yeah,
okay. Fair enough. You're right.
I was saying that in 2 years. Because it's gonna be he's gonna be a legend here. Because of that shot. Regardless, he's gonna be a legend, so he can talk about that.
He was playing. Oh my gosh, he was finally. I don't know. I feel like finally just playing so confidently, and I mean, anyway, great game. The anti-play of the game, I'm going to give to Cale Combs' attempt to draw a foul on a 3-pointer somewhere there in the only Bennett Sturts. Nobody else should be trying to just pump fake guys into the air and then throw up a desperation heat.
That was during a difficult stretch of this game. Like that, I lost during. It was that stretch of this game where I lost probably a couple months off my life.
Can I give you a close runner-up to that? I think something that would give competition to that play is when Cam Manyow thinks he can dribble down the court on a 1-on-2 fast.
I just say in defense of him, I didn't think it was so blatantly obvious because he did have an edge.
Yeah,
yes, he did have he did have like half a step on the guy,
but
it also when that happened, it was that's why you don't. That's why we try not to. But it kind of related to that. Again, I don't know if it has been covered, but that whatever the Florida press was, so to speak, which they were just I don't know what the point of that was. They never were getting close to getting a turnover.
They wanted us to fall for the bait and speed up. Because, I mean, if you notice, there's one time where I think we had the ball actually underneath the hoop and passed it out. They were wanting to speed us up. And we were like, no, that's cool. We'll just slowly take it across, burn 7 seconds every single time, get it to the middle of the logo on the court, and then just go. I mean, you're not going to speed them up. Like they have no problem shooting initiating their offense with under 10 seconds on the shot clock. That's
so that comment or your answer there, maybe you just answered my question, which was they would just tear through it, end up with a 3-on-2 situation, and basically never look to score. And part of me was like, how? But I guess anyway, to me, I was like, come on, like we can't convert a bucket when we're getting these 3-on-2 looks.
They didn't want to.
Yeah. I guess that goes along with. I feel like the movement in this game of the ball and off-ball movement was really good, and I guess, but like so often it was like, wow, this is some beautiful movement. It feels like we've got opportunities here where we have developed an advantage by this movement, but we're still like, well, if there's not less than 10 seconds on the shot clock, we're not gonna do anything with that advantage. I don't know.
Can I real quickly correct apparently I've been saying, I don't know why I had West Virginia on my mind, but this person really was getting kind of upset that I was saying West Virginia, not Virginia. Yes, I know they play Virginia. I'm not thinking women's basketball right now. I just watched Virginia. I think what it was in my head is Virginia played earlier today on the men's side, so I was just in the mode of, okay, not that team. They play different sports. They play Virginia on the women's side tomorrow, so I'll be at the game. If people are doubting whether I actually pay attention to women's basketball, then you've never watched this show before.
To go back to what the caller was mentioning, and to steal, I guess if you want to say like a Benism. I'm sorry, what?
Kirk.
Sorry, Kirk. The ball was popping, as Ben says. That ball was popping and moving, and he always says that sometimes the ball like gets stagnant. Kirk, like that ball was popping, and I agree. It was
so much better. I feel like.
Gosh.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. And like I agree with you. There was times, but I really think that it was on purpose. Going back to the press thing where they weren't going to speed up. The same thing with running the offense like that in half court. He wants to bleed as much clock as possible because when you have a talent disparity, the less possessions, the less likely the better team can. You know what I'm saying? Like
yes.
You know, I think that was on purpose.
No, I think, and I think now that you say that, because the other thing that I was going to mention, or I was very surprised that they went for the score, that they didn't just hold it for the last shot when they had it with like 8.2 seconds left or whatever, right? Like, or no, sorry, they had it with the shot clock turned off, down one.
Yeah,
and
I know what you're talking
well,
about.
they're just holding for the last shot, and which I think Ben made the right call of being like, we have a hard time scoring. Let's go ahead and try, and if not, we can play defense again.
Yeah, because that's almost the exact opposite of where you want as many chances of a bite at the apple, because you're only down 2, so then they missed. Then Florida misses 1 or 2 at the free throw line, so now you get another chance. So even worst case scenario, you do miss that shot and you foul Florida. We're only down 1 at that point. They make 2.
At worst, they could put them down 3. Right?
And then you still have a chance at another bite of the apple if you miss that first one.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess ultimately, maybe what this little dialogue has helped confirm to me is that Ben McCollum is a better basketball coach than I am. So,
a lot of
or he stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
That being said, I hope over time the team, I don't know, because like, actually I should say it, this one, the ball movement looked great, but it was still just like pulling teeth sometimes to feel like, why are you taking advantage of this? Or I don't know. I hope maybe when he gets some more players, or Fulgaris next year, maybe he'll go crazy or whatever. But yeah, but great.
I think you're going to see it more the deeper he get into his coaching run, because I think this is just a coaching maneuver tactic to hide or mask the talent discrepancy.
Oh, and oh my gosh, it's such big props to I mean, the whole team, but like Taven Banks, like the way they just attacked the big guys on Florida, the way they just went into their bodies and just like, you could tell from the beginning of the game, like Florida, you were not going to have it easy. Like
they got punched in the mouth, and I don't think they knew what to do. That was mentioned earlier. The Chilindo, or how do you say his kid? The kid that was in foul trouble. He averaged a double. He averaged a double on Ken Palm. He's top 8 in the nation in offensive rebounding and top 2 in defensive rebounding. We held him to 1 rebound and 0 points. Like, I think sometimes some of these kids don't know how to be handled, like how to handle being punched in the mouth like that, like imposing their will. That's what Ben says. And he was fired up when that suplex, or, whatever you want to call it, Alvar. Like, I think Florida was like, what do we do? And I was like, no, we're going to keep coming at you, like a rabid dog and stuff.
A part of me even liked that Florida had, I don't remember who their first round opponent was, but it was like, just destruction, like nothing to prep them for a real game.
No.
Like they didn't have to do anything that first game. But anyway, Oh my gosh. So, last comment I make is I just think this, and I'm just curious if anyone one of the reasons why I've talked to other people, and they're like, why are you so excited about this coach and this regime? And it's because he has Iowa roots. So I'm hoping even if he's really good, he'll actually stay.
I saw this comment earlier. I don't know if you saw it, Tony, but somebody said there's a rumor that Kansas will go after them, after him, if Bill Self leaves. I think it's safe to say that's likely for a lot of programs. And going to a Sweet 16 is one thing. If he were to have even more success at a place like Iowa is going to breed competitors. Look at Kirk Ferentz. He's been a lifer, but he's turned down offers to coach at high major places and some blue bloods. Even Fran McCaffrey, he never made a Sweet 16, but he had some ACC
he had chances to leave.
He had opportunities to leave and go to other places that maybe give you a little bit more assets. Kansas is an ultimate blue blood. Don't get me wrong. I would really, I never say never, but I really don't think Ben would do that. I just don't think it would do that.
I don't either. And I mean, to add on to what you're saying, like, if this is a Kansas calling show, like, oh, okay, We made a Sweet 16. They do it. It's business as usual. I wouldn't be shocked if we have people, and I'm sure it's been said, like, let's build a statue of McCollum right now, just because of what's happened. You know what I mean? I know that sounds like overreaction, living in the moment and stuff like that, but just seeing what he can bring for the future, and that's the success that he just has to maintain at Iowa. Where if he doesn't even come close to that level of success at Kansas, he's out the door in 3 or 4 years. He's a smart guy. He's no dummy. I mean, I'm not saying we're accusing him of being a dummy.
Did you see this comment from James that apparently Golden said in his presser that they wanted to foul? Who fouls up 2? Kind of a stupid.
Well, USC fouled us up 1, wasn't it that? What was that? At the end of the game? How are they going to foul with the defense they were playing? That sounds dumb. Like they weren't playing the defense. Like they let Bennett come across the key and get a head start going up with no one behind him to foul. They weren't. I think that's just an excuse. I think he can't admit he got out. I think he got out coached.
How about
and
this?
I don't think he can admit that.
From Carroll, who says, if you want to give an MVP to anyone, it should be the video guy.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
comment too. What was it? One of the challenges Ben sent up, was it Howard or Sage? I think it was to sub in. He's like, no, go sub in, because they wanted extra time, because they did that at the end of the game, the Clemson game, where Hausen ran up and fake subbed so they could get enough time to see if the review happened. Then Hausen ran back to the bench. The video guy said, yep, we got it. Like, we're going to review it. They did that. I forget. I think it was the first review. Ben's like, no, come here. We need to see it. And it was either Sage or Howard he sent up to the scorer's table to give the video guy enough time to make sure he got the right angle to see if we needed to review it or not. I think it was the second one where the guy was driving the lane and, we completely missed the ball and it went off his hand. Yeah, that was the second one that they tried to someone came up to the table and then they pulled them back just so they could get time. That's the second game this has happened. I've heard from other people, Ben's done that at games too, where they fake sent a sub up and then pulled them back just to buy a little bit of time. I know it sounds weird and those little details. Yeah, those little details matter. Yeah.
Kirk, thank you for being here, sir. We'll hopefully talk to you again soon. Better time.
Yes, thank you, Kirk. Sorry, I will try not to. Kirk. Have
Awesome.
a good night.
Awesome,
thank you,
Blake.
sir. Appreciate you being here. All right.
Anecdotal. Kyle's put something in our private chat.
Oh.
I have some anecdotal info on the fouling situation.
Okay, so we're not done yet here, folks. A few things in the chat before we get to our next caller. Toll House 58. I was in the arena tonight. Tampa and Iowa football and basketball, a winning combination. I'll be at Big Grove Celebration here. Robert says, be at the Big Grove Celebration beer tomorrow at, I'll be having a Big Grove Celebration beer tomorrow at the ladies game. A Citrus Surfer. So support Big Grove. They're great. And I'll be there as well. Craig, not even an Iowa fan, just looking for post-game interview. Congrats, though, fellas. So this caught the attention of more people than just Iowa fans, of course, Tony.
Yes, that's good. I saw the bracket show caught a lot of people's attention, too.
Yeah, it did well. Kyle was talking about that. We had a lot of people come out for that. I'm sure this is going to do pretty well. For good reason.
Something that's bittersweet to me is I'm off until Thursday. That's my first day back at work. Okay.
Just
now
hold on.
Hold on.
Just call in. No, don't call in sick.
I can't.
You may not be able to call in sick, but you may be able to get off
because there's a big poker tournament that night. But Thursday is special for multiple reasons. What?
So as soon as Tony, it must have been his employer.
Oh, no. You got me? Okay. 2 reasons Thursday is special. Number 1, Sweet 16. Number 2, it's my birthday, Corey. How can Iowa not win a Sweet 16 game?
And you go back to work that day.
No. So I will be, if for anyone, and I think I told you this in the Discord, someone did come up to me and said, oh, yeah, I recognize, Corey does good work. And I think I messaged you and told you that. He appreciated it. And I will definitely be wearing the white shirt and gold tie. I will be easy to spot at Prairie Meadows.
And you'll be watching the game, right?
No, I'll be paying attention. What do you mean? I'll be paying attention to work. What are you talking about?
By the way, whoever said Sturt struggled last tournament, he had 21 against Missouri and was 8 of 11 from the field. So I don't know what that comment was
I
about.
remember someone talked about that they said he struggled in the tournament, and I was like,
how about this? A.S. Krause says, like number 400, Corey, brother, I love you, man. Love you too, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Biggest Iowa basketball game of our lives. People showing, hey, they always show the love when it's good, but when it's bad, you suck.
Hey, where's what's his face? Where's all those ones, the negative Nancy's that always show?
Dom?
Yeah, Dom. Was Dom here tonight?
Dom was here. He said something earlier. He thinks he's congratulations. How about Tyler says best stream on the tube?
Yeah.
Best stream on the tube. So we appreciate that. Adam Larson, love the show, guys. Thanks for pulling all the fans together. Happy for this team. Go Hawks. Crush Nebraska. Jason Wright. Great show, Corey, and all the guests. Great night. Let's get another big W tomorrow with the women. Could not agree more. Kayla, who's in our Discord. Washington TCU women's going to OT. Let's get an
that's
update.
More exciting than this Alabama Texas Tech game.
It's OT right now. TCU up 3 with 42 seconds remaining.
Is that on the regular ESPN?
It's probably
it's on one of the ESPN.
It's on ESPN.
Okay.
You know why I hate ESPN's Gamecast now? Because they have all these ads. They just absolutely kill you with ads. So we'll get this going here as we bring our next.
Sorry, it's the court. It's the court. It's TCU's court. I just flipped over to that channel. That court you've watched a TCU game, haven't you?
No, I don't think so.
It's like, turn to ESPN. It's like eye popping. Kayla knows what I'm talking about. She can confirm it with me in the chat.
All right, let's bring our next caller here. We got Kyle. Well, Kyle's going to
look so depressed. That was like the most depressed look I've ever seen.
I'm going to guess Kyle's wife kicked him out of the house after he did something really stupid when that shot went in. That's my guess.
Well, my parents kicked me out. I was over there with them. So
you were at your parents' house. Okay.
They got the big screen, Corey. So I had to be over there for it.
Well, I did not hold back when that shot went in.
I didn't either.
It wasn't just the shot. It was also the next play, right? Like we all knew there was a chance they still lose when you have 4.5 to go, right?
Yeah.
We all knew there was a chance they still lose. It is March after all. And so does anybody else have that like timer going through their head? Like you don't look at the clock with 4.5, but you realize like as what's his face is dribbling down the court, you're like, okay, he's probably got 2 seconds. He's got 1 second. And then when he passes that ball, I'm like, he ain't gonna get that off in time. And then that you see the red behind the backboard and you realize that the game went fine.
It's all over. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Kyle, just give us, we're going to take some calls while you're here, but give us an idea for your over the top reaction to the game. I guess what was it like in the Spence family home?
Yeah, just a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling, a lot of happiness. I'm like you. You were 3 when this happened last. I think you said earlier I was not born.
I was a sophomore in high school.
Tony was a sophomore in high school.
And so Tony, you remember it, but I wasn't even born the last time this happened. So just incredibly excited. And, just things like this, I think they just sort of take you back throughout the whole season, especially when, you're doing a show constantly like this and talking about the team constantly. You kind of see the team kind of grow and evolve throughout the year. So many of the discussions that we had, Corey, like when people were packing in the season during that stretch when they lost to Minnesota, and then lost a couple more games to Purdue and Illinois, when they had that flu bug going through the team and everybody was kind of writing them off. And, I think you and I were pretty clear in saying like, hey, they're sick. Let's give them time, give them a chance. They have a really good guard. They have what we think is a really good coach. Let's see what happens. Not necessarily that we were predicting anything like this. I certainly can't say that I was. But, just to see them kind of grow and evolve throughout the season and to really see a lot of the things that we talked about come to fruition was just so cool. I think, that Michigan game in particular, I think we both felt when we discussed that post game, Corey, that and when I talked with Coach, we really felt that even though they didn't get over the hump there, that was a game that they really turned the corner. And there was a level of aggression there. There was a level of assertiveness there that had not been present the entire season, particularly from guys like Fogaris and from Banks and Cam Mannion. I mean, those guys put up an incredible fight in the front court tonight.
But they did flash early. Like, I go back to that Iowa State game. I still think, with the exception maybe being today, that was their best game played all year. I mean, I really do think Iowa State, Michigan, and then maybe the 2 Nebraska games, one of which they lost. I mean, I don't know that they had better performances. So they showed early in the year, like, this is what this team can be. And so that was why it's so frustrating to go through that roller coaster of year one. But we all said it had to come together at the right time, and it had to start on the defensive end. You had to be able to get max production out of your best players, which we all believe are Bennett Sturtz, Alvaro, and Tavion. And threes from Cooper, because you don't have a three-point shooter. And they got all of that tonight. And Bennett wasn't even that great. But they got all of that tonight. They basically did, like I said earlier, they basically hit on all the keys, with the exception being Bennett. If Bennett has a Bennett game, they win, and it probably doesn't come down to a final shot. But that's the margin. It's very slim. And they did it. They rode 3 guys with 4 fouls. I mean, they had to. They had no choice down the stretch.
That was, that margin was razor thin. And I'll give you a couple. I don't know what you guys have hit so far. I've been kind of tuning in, tuning out throughout different parts of the show. I had to go get the credential run over for tomorrow's game. But I mean, just to hit on that front court too. I mean, a couple of stats that'll mess with you a little bit, just to put this in perspective. This was the first time in the golden era at Florida for the last, whatever, he's been there 4 seasons, that they've allowed a team to shoot 70% from 2. Iowa shot 70% from 2 for the game. That's first time in 144 games that Florida has allowed that under that head coach. And then the other thing too is, like, there was only, and this is credit to Josh Dubois, I think this is accurate. I tried to go back quickly and double check, but there's only been 4 teams that shot above 70% on 2-point field goals against the number 1 seed since the tournament began. And there's only been 2 since the turn of the century. It was Villanova against Kansas in the 18 Final Four, and then there was another game in 2001. But, like, for Iowa to compete on the glass, to tie Florida, I think the rebounding battle was tied. Is that what was said earlier?
That's what I saw. Is that what you saw, Corey? 27-27?
I was distracted with the end of why it says end of first OT. I think that game has just gone final, folks. 62-59 TCU women. Now, yes, that is a final. So the TCU women, as you can see, my women's bracket is not doing great, probably. But TCU women's basketball will move on, and they'll play the winner of Iowa and Virginia. Make sure I get that out right. Iowa and Virginia. So, anyways, ask me the question again. Let's set me up again.
So they tied the rebounding battle tonight, right? Yep. Is that correct?
27-27
in total. They were +1 on the offensive glass.
Yeah, I mean that's just flat out unbelievable for a team that was top 5 in rebounding all year in Florida. And like I said, Corey, if you're distracted there, this was only the 4th time in the history of the tournament that any team has shot over 70% from 2 against a number 1 seed. This is the 4th time in the history of this tournament that's happened. And it's the first time that Florida coach has allowed that to happen in his 144 games. I mean, that's for those 3 guys in particular, for Fulgaris, Banks, and Mannion, to compete inside the way that they competed against a team that they were way outsized by, and frankly had no business competing with inside. The heart that they showed, the toughness that they showed. I mean, really, they looked like, at times, they looked like the more physical team. And they looked like the team that was more in it mentally, I thought. I mean, they were the more consistently, they were the team, the side that was giving more consistent effort on that end too, on both ends, on the interior. So that was unbelievable. You got the sentimental stuff with, obviously with Fulgaris and everything that has gone on in his family, with his dad, dying at a young age, and then his mom, getting to be able to be there to watch that. I know you guys have probably hit on the J.R. Koch stuff, but he was on that Sweet 16 team. And by the way, to get to the Sweet 16 in 1999, J.R. Koch scored 12 points in the second round of the NCAA tournament. Tonight, Cooper Koch scores 12 points in the second round of the NCAA tournament to advance Iowa to Sweet 16. I mean, that does not get any cooler than that. I mean, that is for that family, for the Fulgaris family, and then you've got the ties with Bennett and Coach McCollum and the journey that they've been through. I mean, the more you unpack this, the more you unravel this, the cooler it gets. You know, you can go even a step further with the entire tournament. There's only been nine seeds to ever beat a 1 seed in the history of the tournament since they started seeding in 1979. So you just go layer after layer after layer, and it's just an unbelievable accomplishment what they pulled off tonight. I mean, we can't understate how cool this is, how big this is for the program, and to do it in the way that they did it, where I really, really believe, and I'm sure you guys have hit on this, you know, point after point after point, but Ben McCollum was the better coach on the floor tonight with the inferior team, and he managed to come up with a victory that is a landmark victory for this program. You know, we discussed before the game, and I think, Tony, we hit this in the preview show, but Florida had lost 5 games in which there were 65 possessions or less for each team.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight Iowa had 61 possessions and Florida had 57. You know, Florida was 31st in adjusted pace. Iowa was 361st, and they played an Iowa basketball game. They didn't play a Florida basketball game tonight. So again, layer after layer, it's an unbelievable.
2 other ones.
What's that?
You didn't say. 2 other ones that I mentioned with my buddy after the game. If I would tell you Sturts went 0 for 9 from 3, and Tavion Banks, who was this close to breaking Chris Street's free throw record, went 5 of 10 from the line. 5 of 10 from Tavion Banks.
Yeah, you guys had to have been like, I was so upset with all those free throw misses. I'm just like, dude, are you kidding me?
And all the front ends on 1-and-1s too.
Yeah, and then the Urok, you know, jumping out. Urok is a young kid, but you know, you miss a
Jumping in the
freshman
lane.
one, he makes 2 free throws. A Florida player makes 2 free throws after Urok does that, and you're like, dude, are you kidding me? You're just giving points away at the free throw line on both ends. And somebody, this was a good comment because we hadn't gotten to this yet, but Rex brings up that how in the world did Cam get called for a foul on the foul shot rebound attempt when Howe was all over his back there in the final couple minutes?
Howe had the inside position.
He didn't.
I have no idea what that was.
I don't believe he had any position on him. That's 2 guys going up for the ball. Nobody had position on him.
I don't think it should have been a foul, but it looked like Howe barely had it inside. Just that's my opinion, though.
He may have had position, but it's not just because he didn't. He didn't.
I didn't say it was a. I'm not saying I agree that it's a foul.
Position enough to where he goes down. It's not like I just didn't understand that. Lisa says that Tristan Wirfs was at the game, so that's pretty cool. Quick thank you to Jess. This is a different Jess, not Jess Settles, unless Jess has moved to Alaska.
Come on, Jess Settles figuring out YouTube and how to do a super chat.
And figuring out, although Jess Settles and Alaska Wi-Fi probably go hand in hand.
There's no chance.
Thanks for the show. So glad we have a hot community watching from Alaska. So thank you, Jess, for the super chat. If you want your comment displayed, throw in a super chat. We'll get it up on the screen. Doug says, was going to call back in, but there's been a lot of people wanting to talk. That's great. Glad so many people are caring about Iowa men's basketball again. So thank you, Doug. Kyle's internet's not great either. I wish Kyle would log back out and log back in. Kyle, you're kind of like, we can hear you fine, but then your like video lags, right, Doug? Tony, you see the same thing I do?
I've seen yours lag.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Oh, you've seen mine lag. I think
I've seen yours, but so I don't know who it is.
Let's see. Kelly says, grant me some grace for this question, but did Iowa play Nebraska in the regular season? How did it turn out?
I will be right back. So
they played them twice, Kelly. So they played them at home and won. It was a court storm game. It's where Fred smacked the phone out of a student's hand. I guess the phone never actually left his hand, but that was the whole handshake thing. And then in Lincoln to end the season, game goes to overtime off a Cale Combs 3, and the Huskers win in OT. And of course, you have the Price Sanford storyline.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Is like that's another layer to this that's just so interesting. Is number one, who's Peyton Sanford rooting for when they play in the Sweet 16, and then which I think based on his Twitter we probably know. But
so we have this guy. We have some. I don't want to call him. I'm not going to call him a moron because that would be mean. But Patagonia, we've already got a Nebraska fan in here trolling.
No, he's a
Like,
moron. You can call him that.
well, who cares? Like, I don't care. Like, you can troll all you want. I really couldn't care.
Hey, Corey, this is setting up to be
Cry more.
unbelievable.
Cry more. We gotta cry more, Kyle. Cry.
No, I'm not. They could lose by
Cry
30
more,
and I
man.
won't cry.
Anyways, so yeah, and then we got a comment here from, let's see, Matt Combs, underrated player of the game, got a tough key bucket before the end of the half. I agree, big bucket.
Yes,
and that kept them in front, made the deflection the last minute to turn Florida over. Yeah, he has been the biggest revelation, I think, for this team of anybody that you didn't expect to come of age as the season has gone on. It's been Cale Combs on offense, and frankly on defense, Kyle. There was a period in the year where I remember Ben said he was dealing with some injury stuff, but we kept saying, man, Cale's not very good defensively on the ball. Ben just stuck with him as his on-ball guy, even over the likes of Isaiah Howard. And all of a sudden we're like, yeah, he's back to being a really good on-ball defender. And, oh, by the way, he's actually a threat to drive and score and a threat to make threes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was something that we beat that drum over and over and over again throughout the season. And he's just another one of the guys that have come on, as the season's gone on, and Ben's talked about how important that's been to bring those guys along for the ride. I would love to see, let's see if we can get, because Bart Torvik usually releases the defensive numbers here. Let me see if I can get a idea for any of these guys. But yeah, I mean, he's been huge for the stretch run that they've had the last couple of games. It's just and they need everybody, and they need all hands on deck again against Nebraska. This is another game that they're playing against a team that theoretically out talents them. Obviously not the disparity that there was in this game. So obviously there's hope, but from here on out, there's only good teams to be played. So they have to have somebody like him, even if he's not going to be a superstar. They have to be stars in their role from here on out.
Big Zeiss says, why in the world would Ben leave after starting a rebuild? Money talks, but not enough to have him move that much 3 times in 3 years. No, I agree. I don't think it happens. Crazy things happen. People shock you, but I really don't think that's going to happen. And maybe I'm just bought in, but I think Ben is a lifer. Now, if he, in 5, 10, 15 years, he's had all kinds of success at Iowa and he wants to go coach in the league or at Duke, fine. Now he's got a long ways to go, but hey, I mean, if Kansas is legitimately interested, that says a ton.
How long has he had Iowa football season tickets? Didn't he have them? He was this is something to add on to that. Why would he leave Iowa? This guy had Iowa football season tickets before he was the head coach at Iowa.
I will say
this guy's a lifelong Iowa fan.
You can live very
talking about this guy right here. This guy.
Yeah, I see him. He's smiling. You can live very comfortably off an Iowa basketball salary.
And he's got an escalator in that. He made he made $100K just for that win tonight.
Good for him. It's worth it.
He has a
it's worth
a bonus.
Deserves every penny.
Take your family out. Take your family out with that $100K. We appreciate Kayla for being here. She says she's been listening to this show and watching the other game the whole time. So Kayla is a women's basketball person, but she supports our men's basketball coverage. We appreciate that wholeheartedly. Yeah, I'm just looking through some other comments here. So this comment, I want to address it. What happens if Alvaro gets ejected early in the game? I'll say what I said. I think they lose. I mean, I don't really think it's much of a debate. It's all hypothetical. But I think 100% they lose if he gets ejected. And I said it when it happened. It's not just because he made the final shot, but he was a real impactful guy. In fact, somebody asked in the chat as well. Well, actually, let's address this first because I popped it up on the screen accidentally. Richard Hansen, first time listening to the show. Corey and Coach Close, you do a fantastic job. Been a big fan of Coach Gary all the way back in the Tom Davis era. Just a great basketball coach and great guy. Could not agree more on that. And thank you for watching the show. Richard, come back. We'd love to have you. Feel free to call in sometime if you so choose. M. Seaton, did you go through the box score? So I wanted to do that because I've not yet done it. Here we are 3 hours into a show.
I've got something interesting for you, Corey.
Sure.
What who do you think, if you had to guess, led Iowa by far in defensive box score plus minus tonight on Bart Torvik? Who do you think it was?
Koch.
Fulgaris.
Alvaro Fulgaris.
When he popped it up, I saw the answer because I knew where plus minus is on the box score. So.
Alvaro Fulgaris was a plus 9.4 defensively, and Cale Combs was a plus 2.8. Koch was a plus 3.7. But I believe that's Alvaro's by far best defensive game of the season in box score plus minus.
So here are the stats, folks. Iowa shooting 51% for the game, 7 made threes. 6 of those were in the second half. Florida made 6 threes for the game, shot 50% from the field, made 20 free throws to Iowa's 14. But rebounding, I mean, that's the big thing. Iowa broke even there. You had to compete on the glass. I never thought they'd break even, but they competed on the glass.
I wanted to question that when I heard that caller say that, when he's like, yeah, I think Iowa could beat them or hang. I'm like, there is no dream world I lived in for this game.
Well,
no dream world.
To be fair to the caller, there's 2 ways. I mean, if you think traditionally about equal opportunities, beat them on the glass, that's obviously not going to happen. But if you outshoot them, you can out rebound.
Well, yes, that I can see
but
that.
That's not the point. The point is, in general, Florida is killing teams because they do everything well. And so when you do everything well, you don't give your opponents opportunities at tons of rebounds because they shoot the ball well. And Iowa out offensive rebounded them. That's what's so impressive.
Yes. That's impressive. Yeah.
That's, to me, the stat you look at even closer. I don't know how they did that other than just they did it by committee. I mean, look at this. I mean, 5 for Sturtz, 5 for Alvaro, 6 for Banks, 3 for Koch, 4 for Maniau. I mean, you get 1 from Combs, but I tell you what, that's just a collective effort and guys boxing out and hustling and, doing so without, there were a couple of over the back calls that I thought were missed. There was a over the back call in the first half. Not long before the end of the half. It wasn't long after that skirmish with Fulgaris and Condon that I thought was clearly over the back that was not called. Was that Koch or was that Maniau? You guys know the play I'm talking about. It was after a Koch 3-point attempt, so it wasn't Koch. Ball went out of bounds. They gave the ball to Florida, but it was clearly over the back on the Gators. So,
yeah. And this was, to your point, Corey, like I think the most stunning thing about the game, like just in general, and obviously, Barkley said this right after the game. I don't know if you stayed on for that or if you just got right on the air, but like Barkley said, the most shocking thing about this game was not that Iowa won. It was that Iowa outplayed them for, like he said, 85% of the game. I don't know that it was that much, but like Iowa it wasn't like they were, getting away with murder. They were hitting tough shots all the time. I mean, in that first half in particular, there were long stretches of the game where Iowa was the better team on the floor, maybe for 70% of the game. That was, that offensive rebounding number goes to that point. I mean, that was the shocking part for me is you watch those 2 teams without a scoreboard or any knowledge of who they were. And there were stretches that Iowa looked like the much better team.
A reminder to hit the like button and subscribe. If you're here this late, you're 3 hours in, or you just joined, please hit the like button. It does help us immensely. Lisa reminding everybody to smash that like button. Do so to a point where you can still use your keyboard, but please smash it.
Yes.
Murph says, could Iowa basketball do what Indiana football has done, become a national powerhouse all of a sudden?
People have compared McCollum being a psycho just like Signetti.
Yeah, there's no apples to apples here with 2 different sports, 2 different places, 2 different people. But I
mean, let's just wait until Iowa wins the national championship this year, then we can have those talks.
Hey, Dom just dropped a $1.99 super chat to say, awesome win for the program. Go Hawks. I'm confident Dom did this in spite of Tony. He did it for spite. So thank you.
I asked if the regular negative Nancy's were around tonight, Kyle.
He's happy. Look at Dom. He's happy.
Good.
Wish Dom would call in. VMS, this has got to be a joke, right? Bigger first-year win for an Iowa coach, Jan over USC or Ben over Florida, right? That's a joke.
I'm not trying to be
disrespectful to the women's
I'm going to dismiss the comment by VMS. Can I just take this time to show you something that VMS wanted me to pass on to you?
Sure.
we have a gift from our friend VMS.
I was going to say, did you met him today? I'm guessing, or something. He was in Iowa City.
I met him yesterday at the women's game.
Okay.
Yes.
And he contacted me via Discord. He's in our Discord server. Again, I know you've shouted this out, Corey, but please join the Discord. We've done 2 halftime shows on back-to-back days. We're in there all the time. It's a great community. So please, if you haven't already got in there, please get in there. But VMS DM'd me on Discord and said, hey, I've got something I'd like for you to pass on to Corey. And it's this beauty that he would like for you to do what you will, rest up in your setup. It's a beautiful little, I don't know, it's kind of glaring there, but it's a Luka Doncic. There you go. That's better. Yeah. Luka Doncic little figurine for you to sit on your desk there in Dallas Mavericks.
I think that's what it probably was. He told me he was passing that along to you. So
next time you're in Iowa City, I will pass
tomorrow.
This along to you.
I'll be in Iowa City tomorrow. So I did not know I was going to be in Iowa City tomorrow until today. So, but
what's is it related to basketball or what is it?
I'm going to the game.
You're going. Okay.
I'm going to the game. So yeah. So no, I appreciate that, VMS, and I don't know if he's being serious with this question. I only laugh at it because
I mean,
real quick, when did Iowa beat USC women's basketball in last year?
First year, Jan's first year, because this isn't Jan's first year.
Jan's first year, last year.
Yeah, they beat them at home or something like that. That Caitlin game, the Clark jersey retirement or whatever.
Was that time out? Was that in the regular season?
Yeah.
So why is this the conversation?
It's not comparable. It's either a joke or not a real question.
I think he's joking. I think he's just trying to be funny. Maybe he's being serious. Maybe he'll demand his Luka Doncic.
I mean, I have to say, Corey, we did have a serious question asked on the show a few months ago as if Bennett Sturts was more important than Caitlin Clark. So I think we can put that to bed tonight after Bennett played horribly tonight and they beat a 1 seed. I think we can put that.
This is a different team than they were in November. This is a different team than they were in November.
Corey, you know you were wrong about that.
Are you kidding me?
You're wrong about that.
Just take the L. Just take the L, buddy. Just take
enormous L.
Well, I've walked that back, and it wasn't what you make it out to be. You always find a way to do this. You always find a way to misrepresent me.
People can go back. It's on tape. People can go rewatch the tape.
Cut the tape.
What was said on the air was Bennett Sturts is more important to this team than Caitlin Clark was to those teams. And I disagreed. I think history would show I turned out to be correct.
To that team. Anyways, but I've walked it back since then. It was if people understood context is very important. Brother BKL.
It was hey VMS made a mention in the chat. It was worth the $5 to cause the chaos.
All right. So he was good. All right, good. Shout out to everyone in the chat, including Hawkeye of the Storm. Keep up with the great work in the channel. Appreciate it. Shout out from the South Bronx. Appreciate that, man. We got listeners out in the South Bronx. We knew we had a listener from.
Who was that guy that called in that was asking us about? He asked us about the guy that was talking about Patino. Where was that guy? Had to be from New York.
Was he?
Oh, dude, he had like a Mets flag in the background. He was talking about
yeah, he did have a Mets.
And he was asking us about like what college coaches would jump to the NBA, and I said, "Man, I don't know. I think Hoiberg could jump to the NBA." I was just
so maybe this is the same guy. This could be the same guy.
It could be. It could be. I forgot what that guy's name was. He definitely was from New York.
Yeah,
Kyle is frozen for me.
Kyle is frozen. Yeah. We have this comment here. Awesome fight. Glad we didn't get a guy tossed for the punch. Again, I don't think it was
he didn't land
a punch. How about this? Mark Rogers.
Hey, there we go.
Revenge
Mark.
2017 Outback Bowl. Shout out Outback Bowl 2017. Yeah. I was almost
was that the refs a genius game where the refs were just awful? Which Florida game was that?
No, this was the game where CJ Beathard was playing with one leg.
Okay. What was the Florida game when we played them in a bowl game and the onside kick?
2005 or 2000? No, 5. It was a long time ago. 4.
Okay.
In there.
But yeah, there was one where like the onside kick they got called offside on or something like that.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But I know what you're.
Hey, see, look at me pulling that football memory back.
Yeah, it's impressive. All right, Kyle's back. Let's go to our next caller. We got Cody on the line with us. Cody, welcome.
Gentlemen.
How are you, sir?
How's Yingling going, Cody?
It's starting tomorrow. So draft went out last month, and it's been on fire. We sold 171 half barrels of it in 10 days. It's been flying. So package releases tomorrow. So everybody's pretty excited. But hey, Corey, have we done a wellness check on Darrell MVP? Because Kentucky got run out of the building, and I think
12 to down 23.
Yeah.
What's crazy
He
is they
did
were
say, though, on the bracketology show that he would not be surprised if Kentucky wins a game by 20 or loses a game by 20.
Right.
they were right
he
there.
told
They were playing him close.
Yeah. And I mean, he was, obviously he gave some good insight on it, but he was like, oh, this Florida team, this is a team you guys could really get, if things start to turn a little bit, you guys could get your doors blown off. And so maybe in some of the other games we do, but yeah, I liked how this one turned out. Super excited. Everybody's telling their age in 99. So I just met my wife, and so next month is our 26th wedding anniversary. So I was 22 in 99, so it was pretty exciting. And big Dr. Tom fan. And yeah, so that was awesome. But I really thought, I don't have a ton of comments, but I really thought some of the biggest plays of the game were in the second half when we were kind of on the ropes, and Koch hit a couple of massive threes. Like the timing, we were hanging by a thread because they had made their way back. The crowd was completely into it. If he clangs a couple of those and you get a run out the other way, that could have been the nail in our coffin. But he hit a corner pocket one that was perfect, and then he hit that one that was a little bit of a force towards the end of the shot clock at the top of the key, and it's just like, man, those threes were so huge, I thought at the time, and obviously it gets us to the point where we had a chance to win it. But I don't know, I don't think those will be talked about as much, but to me that saved our chance to win the game, those two threes.
I am not saying he's the next Price Sanford, because I think those guys' games are much different. I think Cooper has the opportunity to be more of an all-around guy. Price was first team all Big Ten, but I guess from a size perspective and what Price was asked to do when he was playing for Iowa versus what Cooper is asked to do now, is there's some parallels there. And I hope that Cooper can evolve sooner than Price did. I think Price, does he have one more year left, Tony?
I don't know. But one thing I do want to say on Koch to add in, not just the offense, his defense bodying up those bigs was amazing.
It's weird. He gets put on fives often,
Yes.
which I think is crazy because
He can handle it.
Yeah, he's a thick boy. He's not built like his dad. Well, he's built like his dad is now, maybe, but not when JR when he played.
We remember that. Yeah,
yeah. Sorry, no shot at JR, but he was a string bean when he played.
Yeah.
And Cooper, he's a chunky boy. He can take he can absorb those hits when those guys are backing him down. And I think he plays really good defense in the post, which nobody really talks about that often either. But that's a nice little Swiss Army knife.
So Price is a junior. I guess my point in bringing that up is it was nice to see him hit that contested three. You're 6'8", and your release is fairly high. It doesn't have to be extremely high. He can hit more of those contested threes. And I don't think you want a ton of contested threes in this offense right now. They don't have enough way they run their offense. They got to look for the best shot. That's why it's so maddening to see him pass up open looks. But I'm saying in a year or even in 2 years, what could Cooper Koch be as a junior? Like Price is what he is now as a junior. What could Koch be as a junior? I think that the trajectory is maybe similar and potentially better because I think he's got an opportunity. I think he's a better athlete than Price ever was. And maybe I'm biased in saying that.
But imagine. Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
No, he's a better athlete. I think Koch is definitely a better athlete.
Right. I think Price has got a better shot at this point, obviously, but of course he's got a couple of years on him too.
And he's got a more pure 3-point shot.
Right.
But
Yep.
Koch has got a very good 3-point shot, and he's got an opportunity to evolve the rest of his game maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. And imagine if he actually would put it on the deck from time to time. Because the way he's starting to shoot these threes, that's going to open up the pump fakes but I don't feel like he's that comfortable driving, or maybe he doesn't like to finish through contact. But I mean, even if he pumps, drives, and settles for a 15-footer, or pumps, drives, then you got to rotate the defense. You can kick it to somebody else. You know what I mean? I think the sky's the limit for this kid. And I think we see why he's a 4-star. It took him a little while, but
he's doing what he's being asked to do. I think this was his
Agreed.
goal this year. And I've said the same thing yesterday, talking about Iowa women's basketball and almost losing to FDU. And I made the comment, look, what bugs me about Addie Deal is, to me, she doesn't have a role. What is her role? She comes in, she jacks some threes, she drives, she does this, she does that. She makes a bad entry pass. It's like Koch's role as a freshman. He's a redshirt freshman. He didn't really play last year. His role as a freshman is defined. Tate Sage, as a true freshman, his role is defined. Shoot threes / defend. I need Addie Deal's role to be defined. When your role is defined as a freshman, you have a greater chance at success. Journey Houston, role is defined. She rebounds, she hustles, she'll take an open shot if it's there. And so that's what I think Cooper's doing. He's doing what he's being asked to do, which is smart. And with this team, they need 3-point shooting. But hey, hopefully moving forward, his game, he's not just going to be a 3-point shooter at Iowa. I really don't believe that's the.
No, Addie reminds me of when she comes in, it's almost like she's never played with the unit that she's in with. It just seems like it's kind of a free for all when she's out there. And sometimes she'll pull a quick three, or sometimes she'll dribble and get into traffic. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, Coop knows what
she's playing like she did in high school.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, Coop knows his role, and I mean, he plays it well. He bides his time. He doesn't force a lot of shots. So I think, at first partway through the season, it seemed like, I don't know if we're getting what we want out of Koch, but now it feels like he's almost exceeded his potential already as a freshman to me. Because like these shots are massive that he's hitting. I mean, those are unbelievable stem the tide shots to give us a chance, and he's hitting them, and they're pure.
I think it's fair to say that because the team has evolved, we came to terms a couple of months ago that like Brendan Hazen just wasn't part of the plans.
Yeah.
So we came to terms with that. Preseason, none of us expected Cooper Koch to be the 3-point shooter on the team. We expected it to be Brendan Hazen. We thought,
it's turned out better too, Corey, by the way, because Koch gives you some athleticism and some defense that Hausen can't give you.
Yeah, he gives
you
rebounding.
Rebounding. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And the thing about Hazen, I love the guy. I hope he has success. We thought he was going to be at least I did. I didn't think he was just going to be a 3-point shooter off the bench. I thought he was going to start. When they got him from K-State, I think a lot of us thought, he's going to come in and start. And so that's, teams like this, especially year one of a new system and a new head coach, they got to evolve. And it took some time but now you have defined roles. And I just think early in the year, you're trying to work through some of that. And the best young players, to me, have defined roles, and that's what he's done.
Agreed. And last thing, it was fun in this game because I felt like we bullied Florida a little bit and punched them in the mouth. It's kind of been touched on already. And it's almost like they were shell shocked for a little while at what we unleashed on them. Usually it feels like that was us with Fran, guys are, they're not calling fouls and our threes aren't going in. So the next thing you know, we look up, we're down 17, can't get a stop, we can't get a rebound. But it was cool to impose your will, as Ben always says, but it was cool. They actually did that. And it was almost like Florida was on their heels and they came back and then we responded. And I'm like, man, this is a fun way to watch basketball. This is nice. I can get used to this. So
can I get you, before I let you go, Cody, can I have you read this comment I'm about to put on the screen? I want you to read it right here. Read it with no breaks.
Let's go Big Orange SEC. Tennessee, don't wag your tail like a friendly Gator. Iowa had for dinner in some Cajun deep fried nuggets with dipping sauce. Why they washed it down with Gatorade.
Man, how do you come up with them?
Dude, did you see that guy had another comment about like a one-eyed Jack or something like that, like an 1143? Yeah.
Read
Read
it, Tony.
I can't even. I read it 4 times.
Cody,
and I still can't
Cody,
read it.
Cody,
go into overtime, Gators, with a 2-point shot in the paint. Your average execution is plus 80%, not 21 to 34%. Trying to prove me wrong, and a 3 to win it was a one-eyed suicide jack of spades, I called my ace of diamonds. What in the
Wow, man.
That's that first comment in particular, Corey. I don't know if you remember Shannon Sharp on Fox and some of the parades that he would throw after, like, because he's like a massive LeBron fan, and he'd go on the air in these outfits, and LeBron has 40 points, and he's like, most people are, oh yeah, it's a great game. And Shannon's like, oh, he had a 40-piece wing dinner with extra sauce and no napkins. it's like a Shannon Sharpism.
Yeah, nice. Alrighty. Good night. Go Hawks.
Good
to see you, Cody.
Absolutely. All right. We might have our last of the night.
Go ahead. I was going to say, Kyle mentioned earlier, and I haven't had a chance to say this to him, about Ben out coaching Todd Golden. I mentioned the sending a sub up and then pulling them back to get that extra time for the review and stuff like that. Just little intricate details. And they think they did that, like we mentioned, the Housen did that in the Clemson game. Like, I think, man, top. I don't know. He's a top.
Hausen was going to come in the game, and then he came.
No, he wasn't. That was a schedule.
I'm saying it had nothing to do with the replay. I'm saying he acted like he was going to come in.
Yes, correct. Yeah. He acted like it, so then that way it could delay, and the referee's like, hold on, this guy's coming in. He's about to check in the scorer's table. And
it's called gamesmanship. And by the way, that's makes you smart. The comment that Ben made yesterday or whatever it was about how the system is designed to where high majors shouldn't be playing mid majors, or it makes it hard on high major. That's a smart comment, and I don't think he's against playing. I think he'd like to be able to play mid majors. I think there's benefit to doing that, and I think he would probably say it sucks that we can't, but we can't because the system doesn't allow us to.
I think when he looks a little deeper into it, I think he's going to walk that comment back because of how the WOB works. No, I'm just
the WOB. Okay. How does the WOB?
Okay, WOB is the new, I will. WOB is called Wins Above Bubble. It's the new NCAA Selection Committee's baby. They introduced it last year. Last year, if you went through 1 through 40 on the WOB, it was the exact seed order that the NCAA put out. This year, it was like plus or minus one, like one spot was a little off, but 1 through 40, those were the top 10 seeds. WOB, what it does is it weights your win is to the 40th best team in the nation, what they would do. When Iowa plays Chicago State, they're only going to get like 0.03 for WOB. If Iowa was to play Miami of Ohio at home this year, it would have been 0.5. So you can take a loss like that more now when they're using this WOB as opposed to in the years past. You can take those risks. That's the short version of it. I could go on for much longer. But if you want to know about WOB, tag Ben Stan in Discord, Corey, and you will get WOB 101. And he will tell you everything. He is king WOB.
I think if Corey searches that on X, we're going to lose him to a nap at 12 o'clock.
By the way, I will take the blame. Jess Settles did text me, and I failed to text him back like 2 hours ago. So I think Jess may have joined us. We'll try to get Jess on. Maybe we can get Jess on for a sweet.
Maybe that was his. It could have been his super chat to try to get your attention.
He's not in Alaska.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Go for it. We can read this one first.
Dom says keys to beating Nebraska. Good show tonight, fellas. Thanks, Dom. Keys to beating Nebraska. I mean, I don't even know if I can start unpacking that. I don't want to ignore the super chat. I'd say, it starts with can Bennett do as well on Price Sanford as he did in game one? Because I think he's probably going to be the guy. I don't know how you don't place,
with as effective as he was last time.
With as effective as he was. I don't know what the plus minus. Let me find this because I'm curious on this stat from yesterday, Nebraska and Vandy. I watched that game. Did you guys watch it?
Yep.
Little parts of it.
Okay. So
I don't think he hit his first three until the second half, right, Corey?
That sounds right. Nebraska and Vandy were basically dead even on rebounds, but Vandy was +6 on offensive rebounds. And again,
and Vandy's not that big a team. Their biggest guy's like 6'7".
I think Iowa can maybe win that battle. And you know, they were broke even against Florida. Can you bring it against Nebraska? So I would never said that maybe a week ago, but I think rebounding might be one of the bigger storylines. And you know, even I look at turnovers, and those two teams were basically even. That's probably going to be a similar story. I think I can't remember there being a big discrepancy in either one of those games. Did Nebraska turn the ball over a ton in that game in Carver? Maybe they did. It doesn't.
It was another low. That's just going to be another grind it out. What was that 52-57 if I recall right?
Yeah,
the game when we won.
And,
you know,
the guys that hurt Iowa or that hurt Vandy were Buchengel.
Yep.
And then Frager made a big shot late. He was 6'11", the freshman. Like those are the guys I think, you know, who steps up. Not saying that Price can't kill you, because he can, and Mast can hurt you.
Mast can, yeah.
But again, I think those guys are high in the scouting report. Lawrence and Frager and Buchengel.
Yeah.
Those are the guys. It's like, what do those guys do? And for Iowa, it's you know about Sturtz. You know about Tavion Banks, so it's Fulgaris, it's Koch, it's, you know, does Sage come in and give you 10? He didn't tonight, but could he? Yes, that's possible. You know,
was Nebraska the last game Hausen got play? I'm seriously asking. I'm seriously asking, because this is a game where he can be hidden on defense.
He's not.
Can he?
He's not. He's not playing. You really think he's gonna? Maybe he does. I shouldn't say he's not playing. They have 4 days off to figure it out. Maybe they will play. But Tony drop. Hey, Tony, you're changing my mind in like 5 seconds time. That's amazing.
But I want to seriously pull this up. I want to see how many minutes I swear to God he played.
I think you're right, because he doesn't normally play when they win. Like, it's amazing. All of his playing time here is coming losses. Let's add our last caller in when you're doing that. We got Corey.
He didn't get any minutes.
Wait a minute. Is he asleep? I'm not even joking. Is he asleep?
It looks like it. Yeah, it does, dude. I'm dead serious. He is.
This is literally happening on the air right now.
He's back. He's gone.
Okay. Is there any way that I can spotlight him?
He's not even moving.
Go, everybody in the chat say Corey.
He's not moving. Did you literally?
Is he in a hotel? That looks like a hotel. You voted both of us.
I'm gonna try to get him on. Can we just add him to the mix? How do I add just him? I'm doing this on the fly. I want to add just him onto the
Miracle. It says Miracle win.
Oh, there we go. How'd you do that? I got it. Kyle did it. Yeah, I think he's asleep, or dude, he's gone.
Corey.
It does say Miracle. Sorry, man.
Whoa.
Hey,
I cannot wait for him to watch that back, and then he's going to put something in our Discord about watching himself sleep.
That's some crazy stuff, and his lights are all on.
Dude, that's a hotel.
What did we say, Tony? Was it our analytics talk?
It could have been Wob. That's
Wob put him to sleep. Wob
put him to sleep.
I mean, I hope he's asleep, because you did say he's not moving.
I honestly thought when you pulled him up, I thought that was him like joking. Did he move there? Okay. I thought it was him joking, and he was just gonna like.
We have 500 people live watching Corey.
500 people watching Corey. Holy cow. Man, what doesn't happen on this show, man?
Hey, dude,
Corey,
remember in the
stuff
cops
that happens on this show
me
after 11 o'clock at night. Oh, it gets so bad.
Yeah, Tony, you had somebody getting arrested you were on that time, right? The hotel in Iowa City.
Yeah, Corvo. Holiday Inn. Yep.
While we keep Corey on, to see if he wakes up. If he wakes up on the air, it's the best moment in the history.
100%.
We'll take the call. If he wakes up on the air, we're going to take the call.
I wanted to touch on this, Corey, because I know you kind of scoffed at it earlier. But I did read something about the fouling under 10 seconds when up 2. They talked about this on the air, I think, in the post game. But basically, Second Spectrum, who does all the analytics for,
I'm sorry, I gotta take him off. I can't deal with it. I'm sorry, I can't keep him on. and have a straight face when you're talking about analytics. I have to get him off. I'm sorry. That's not.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I still hope he wakes up. But so Second Spectrum does a lot of the analytics work. I'm sure you're familiar, Tony. You're probably definitely familiar with Second Spectrum and their work in the NBA. And so it's maybe not super analogous because it is NBA to college, but basically Second Spectrum did a study with a whole bunch of simulations. They ran it through their engine on 10,000 simulations or 100,000 simulations or whatever it was. On teams that fouled, role players that shot, I think it was under 75% from the free throw line when that team was up 2 in the game, specifically up 2, right? Because that's the contentious point. When teams are up 3, generally speaking, the coaching decision is to foul. And what they found is, at the end of this report, they found that fouling in that situation raised the team that was up by 2. It raised their win percentage by about 5%. On average. Okay. And so they took this information to NBA owners, NBA GMs, all this stuff. And basically there was a guy from Second Spectrum that said, we presented this information to them. And what the general managers and the coaches basically said was, we believe this, we would love to implement it, but our fans would kill us. Because the times that you would implement that, if you're up 2 and you foul and the guy goes to the line and makes both of them, it just looks so stupid. Because you've given them the points, but their point was that between the fouling and the opportunity for the guy to miss one of the 2 free throws, but also the fact that they would get an extra possession for the team that was up as well, because assuming if you're fouling, up 2 with 10 seconds to go, you're going to get the ball back. So what they said was, raise the winning percentage by about 5 percentage points. And so, but they brought that information to the GMs, and the GMs basically said, we would put this in our game plan, but we can't because the fans would kill us if it went wrong. So I thought that was interesting. I don't really have a strong opinion on it, but I thought that was interesting just from that position.
I do know Ben has an opinion on fouling up 3, and he says no.
He says no. Okay.
No, he will never. Because that was asked in one of the Hawk talks. And he said, because analytics and, I love that Ben does say, oh, I don't pay attention to those analytics. He pays attention to those analytics. There is no way that guy doesn't have all that.
I could listen to him for 30 seconds in a press conference and know he very much cares about analytics.
Yes, he pays attention to all of those numbers. But he has said, no, I want to pride myself on defense, and we're going to get that stop. I'm not going to foul up 3. I don't care what the scenario is. I don't care what the seconds is. And I think he even said it happened in a national championship game, one of his in D2. And he's like, it's not going to happen. We're not going to do it because I pride myself that we're just going to get that stop. I don't want to rely on someone else. I want to rely on myself and my team to get the stop.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. That's fair. I would love to know what the analytics say about that too. But
how do you feel about the fact that your entire conversation is probably going into Corey's subconscious and probably playing into whatever he's dreaming and or actually music to his sleep.
You know what I think he's dreaming about, Corey? I think he's dreaming about you going on the air with him and doing the Gator chomp. I think that's what he's thinking about. He's just in his head. He just sees.
Hey, you had a Gator fan make some stuff. Golden must go.
And doing that right years ago.
Cale Combs ran down the sidelines and did the Gator chomp.
And Cooper Koch did it in the post game. Yeah, and Cooper Koch did the post game handshake.
Cale Combs,
Cale Combs,
he walked down the sideline after the buzzer and went.
Yeah, and Cooper Koch did it right in front of one of them in the handshake line.
Yeah,
like towards the.
So wasn't there bad blood too between Golden and that Iowa assistant in the handshake line too?
I don't know about that.
There was something. Somebody put something up. I need to get the video.
Okay, LL Cool J says, still going strong. Love it. I'm on a study break. Go Hawks. 3.5 hours in and still going.
Whoa, study break at 12 o'clock. You're in the trenches, my friend.
Yeah.
we'll be praying for you.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely. How about this? Big Zeiss says, any chance that we want Banks to try and come back for a year? Yes, there's
yes. But
it depends on the JUCO stuff. There are court cases out right now that could impact his ability to do that. So
you would make room for a guy like that to come back.
Do you have any idea, Tony, as to when that court case could get resolved?
I know that Ben has said that they're following it, and when they know, they'll go from there. Yep, there it is, right there.
He's doing that in the handshake.
Yeah, in the handshake.
That's in the handshake line.
What the heck, man? That's some crazy stuff right there.
Here, let me pull up Kale. Kale Combs. I'm sure if I search him, it'll come up.
It's got to be one of the first ones.
Oh yeah, here we go.
That's right. That's right. As the buzzer set, you can
That's
see.
right.
That's
It's
right.
the buzzer sound.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll say, because I'm going to get called a hypocrite. Because remember earlier this month when Miami, Ohio beat Ohio. Remember that, Tony? And
This is a little different.
Also, it's different because he's not going over there with a middle finger saying,
yes,
F you, blah, blah, blah. That's what Miami guys were doing.
Yeah.
And that's why I had an issue with that. If Combs did that, I would denounce it. This is just sort of a funny gamesmanship thing. And by the way, Iowa fans have been doing this ever since they beat Florida years ago, right? Isn't that where that got adopted?
Yep. For years and years and years.
Hey,
get Kevin Harlan on Thursday if you guys missed that. So
really,
yes,
that's going to be
Harlan
awesome.
and Stan Van Gundy.
This is like, Corey, can you just imagine, like, because again, we're way beyond the point of caring. If they lose at this point, this is a wild success. But
yeah, I just hate the fact that it's Nebraska. But go ahead.
Well, I would too. I'm right there with you. But like, man, if they could go through Clemson, then the 1 seed, then Nebraska, then Illinois, and then get to a Final Four by doing that.
See, I want to flip your Illinois to Houston in Houston.
No. Tony, I went to college in Illinois. I have way too many Illinois college friends.
Illinois too.
I have to get that game. I texted Connor, Corey, we've had Connor on before about Illinois basketball. I texted him when the bracket came out and I said, Iowa versus Illinois Elite 8, book it.
By the way,
and we are now 2 results away.
I officially kicked Corey from the. So if he wakes up now, it's not our responsibility.
Corey.
Were you running out of space of people to?
No, we don't actually have anybody else. I just didn't want to. I didn't want anything crazy.
Speaking of hot takes, because you were talking about how controversial or hot take your Miami of Ohio thing is. Another one you had was after the Nebraska game. Are we all on a cell phone watch this week? Let's make sure we keep them away from Fred. Is he going to be all right? Or just want to make sure,
Tony, what did you think? What did you think? Yeah, I agree. What did you think of the tweet that I told you overnight got to almost 2 million views on my Twitter?
Dude, I was scrolling through that. That was awesome. And like some people that it got that many views
overnight.
Yeah.
What is it on now?
It's like 3 million. It's not really growing now.
Remember, he's the layup line leader.
Say that again.
He's the layup line leader. Remember, because people were asking about him.
The layup line leader.
Well, because he's the one who's the first to come out of the tunnel to intimidate you. You see this 7'8" guy come out. I mean, granted, the guy can only play 2 minutes at a time. I saw on YouTube, there's like a YouTube video on him, like 15, 20 minutes, because there's like a magic height that you can get to. It's like 7'3" or 7'4" or something like that. But then once you get past that, like your conditioning and everything.
Oh, I feel sorry for him because you have to think that his life is not going to be easy.
No. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And I don't know. Is he going to eventually be a legitimate player for them?
I don't think so.
By the way, is Nebraska?
He's from Canada. I know that much.
Is Nebraska the 4 or the 5?
The 4.
4. We're just doing this on the fly, folks. I'm going to update this banner real quick just so we have it. And then Thursday would be the 26th day of February. Am I right in saying that?
That's my birthday. Remember? How can you forget, Corey?
6:10.
6:30. 6:30.
Somebody give me an actual number.
It's 6:30.
No.
Yeah, I sent it to you in the private chat. You can click on that link.
30
Go to the private chat.
TV.
Yeah.
All right. TBS/True TV. I'm just gonna throw this up here so everybody has it. Iowa versus Nebraska. This is a Sweet 16 date down in Houston at the what's the Rockets Arena? Toyota Center.
Yep.
Down
The
in,
cavernous Toyota.
the cavernous Toyota Center. 6:30.
Is there any part of you, Corey, that's thinking about making the drive?
Why'd you think?
He
No,
already-
drive?
Yeah.
I already said
Yep.
earlier that it's possible.
You would fly.
Yeah.
Well,
No, that's
it's
possible.
not gonna say anything because I haven't looked at flights, but
Yeah.
Well, what is this show for?
why do I have to do that?
United has a lot of them. To Houston.
By the way, Doug says Stan Van Gundy was once coached high school at Wisconsin. Oh, he was a high school coach in Wisconsin. Okay. We got another comment from Paul that you need to read, Tony.
We don't want to fire a coach with nothing on the market, but what we want a greenhorn wet behind the ears rookie is to open up his ears to the best advice he can get, helping him build his toolbox. Okay.
Corey,
Yes.
I've got some information for you, my friend.
Okay.
If you're okay with a layover and it taking 12 hours to get to Houston,
You got Frontier rates, don't you?
I got Frontier rates for you. I got a $250 round trip.
I mean, it may actually be something I consider. So Allegiant, I believe Allegiant does not fly. I'm looking at it right now. Allegiant does not fly to Hobby Airport, which I've flown into Hobby a number of times. It's super simple. They don't fly into Hobby until June. Let me just check. I'm just curious on Cedar Rapids because Google will not show Allegiant. Well, it doesn't look like Cedar Rapids flies there at all. Quad Cities flies Allegiant. Let's see if they fly into Hobby. I don't believe they do either. They do not. So, I don't really know that Allegiant's an option for fans. It was an option for Tampa, but now that I'm looking, I don't believe that it's an option for. So I mean that's interesting. Is it that way? Is it there and back?
Yeah,
is it
says $250 round trip. No, that's
asking you. I'm saying, is it two things? Is it an overnight layover?
Let's see.
It's not an overnight layover. Don't care. Second off, is it? Is either one of them?
It is not. It is an overnight layover.
It is.
It's
overnight.
an overnight.
It's overnight
layover.
in Denver. Yeah.
9:26 to 5:15.
Yeah, not doing that. So Tampa had an 8-hour layover, but during the day to get home tomorrow. Today it's Monday, and I had credentials lined up. I had everything lined up, and then something came up last minute that prevented me from actually going. Thankfully, I was able to get everything reversed so that it didn't cost me a ton. But I had every intention of being down in Tampa, and then flying home this morning, Monday morning. My flight was going to leave at 6 a.m. and I was going to have about an 8-hour layover, Tony. But it was going to be in Denver, and it was going to be during the day. So.
Now,
the problem
if you left on Tuesday, you can get down there for $480 with American.
I am not driving to Houston.
No, flying.
It's only a 14-hour drive, Corey. If you gun it, you can get there in 12.
Yeah, I drove straight from Dallas back to Ames a couple of years ago, and that is a wicked long drive, and I hate
it. We did my family one year. We did Orlando all the way back to Iowa City in one continuous. Like we did not stop the entire time.
I can't do that.
We started at 5 o'clock in the morning and arrived at 3:30 in the morning.
I drove back from Oregon with one night in a hotel, and it was like 23 hours, 26. I don't know, somewhere in there. And I drove the whole way, and that's not fun either. I don't enjoy that at all. In fact, some might even say I hate it. So
here
you go,
Would they be in Houston if they beat Nebraska for the next game?
Yeah, both are in Houston.
And that would be on Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Okay.
You can do a flight down there with a 3-hour layover in Charlotte and a flight back with a 15-hour layover in Denver. So you can see Cash for 3 hours at the Charlotte airport.
You can do a show from the airport.
Before you go down there. Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, we'll see. I'm disappointed that Allegiant's not flying to Hobby this time of year. I thought they were. Go ahead.
I will say, Corey, Thursday is going to be hard to swing for me. If they make it through and it's Iowa, Illinois, and Houston on Saturday, I will consider it. I will consider doing that. As insane as it sounds, that's a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah. Are you looking at Cedar Rapids or Des Moines?
I'm looking at everything.
I'm looking at Des Moines because I know. Yeah,
I've been looking mostly Des Moines, but both.
Okay, I'm just curious. I mean, there's also. So here would be the other question: Can you? This is going to sound crazy, but for people who are in Central Iowa, Fort Dodge actually flies to Chicago sometimes really cheap. Is there a connecting flight, Fort Dodge, Chicago to Houston? I always look at all these different combinations because, it is.
No, it's worth looking at.
It's worth looking.
Oh,
at.
that's what I was gonna. Someone brought that up. Did you see the Ken Palm number?
Yeah, they're up to 22 now.
No, for the Nebraska game.
Oh no, I did not.
Nebraska by 3, 69-66.
Yep, the line opened at 2.5 Nebraska.
So that checks out. Yeah.
So what I'm seeing here, just for the record, y'all are nuts. Y'all don't know what you're talking about.
What?
Y'all are crazy. Wait, hold on a second. I'm the crazy one. All right.
Corey does not Google. How do I do Google?
I was looking at April. Now I'm looking at March. All right.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy.
So now I'm looking at March. All right. So yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the Frontier option. That's an interesting one because, it's a short flight to Denver. Okay, the departure.
So you are interested in the overnight Denver layover?
No, I'm really not. I'm really not. But I'm just curious on it. I'm just curious of how taxing it would be. The other one. So the flight. No, I'm looking at returning. Okay, 8 hours. The flight back is not overnight. The flight back is not overnight.
Interesting.
The flight back is an early leave on a Wait a minute, that's Saturday. I don't care about Saturday. You can't. See, that's the hard part about this. You don't know if they're going to win or not. So you don't know if you want to be there through Sunday.
Yeah, I know.
Saturday.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I had it in my mind, but man, I don't have a. See,
how about this? How about this? What are we at? You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, Corey. But what's our super chat total at for tonight?
What is it actually at, or what is YouTube going to take from it?
What are you going to get? What are you going to get? You have no idea. Okay, I was going to say because American does that Chicago connection that you're talking about for $650 round trip, and that's a pretty straightforward, easy one. So if we could get something close to that from
Southwest does it for $519.
$519, but that has 2 stops.
Nope, just one.
Oh, okay. Well, then one. Yes, I've seen that now. Yeah, but that's the one I've got is now I've got leaving on Wednesday, not leaving on Thursday.
Mine's leaving on Tuesday. Mine would be leaving on Tuesday. So that way you can get down there for media day.
Hold on a second. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Why am I seeing a round trip from American Wednesday to Saturday for $341?
Because probably the time you just clicked it. Sometimes they just get flash. What are the details?
Well, maybe I don't want to show it because then everybody else is going to book this flight before me. I can share it. How about I share my screen and we can. That
would be interesting. That would be interesting.
This is an interesting option, isn't it?
Wednesday, Cedar Rapids.
Okay, let me work on. Let me see this.
Hey, look at that, Corey. Your first layovers in Charlotte.
Okay. So, but what do you think about this? Why? Can I ask what kind of horrifically bad travel agents are you guys that you couldn't simply look up Cedar Rapids to Houston flights? I mean, how
because
difficult?
You live in Ames. I didn't want to make you drive to Cedar Rapids.
Oh well, say 12 hours overnight at an airport. I mean, do you see what's ridiculous about what you're saying?
I didn't even think to look at Cedar Rapids. I live in Des Moines. I'm not going to drive to Cedar Rapids Airport.
You wouldn't drive to Cedar Rapids to save $200 or to avoid an overnight layover in Denver?
Okay, so here's the kicker, Corey. Okay, for myself because you would go down as media is the session ticket price get in price is $328 for tickets. But
$328, yeah, that's
obviously you don't if you're going as media you don't have to deal.
Well,
with
we'll see. The one thing that I'll just be open about this because hey, we're talking and it's it's past midnight. We had credentials set up. Really appreciate Iowa for helping expedite that process along. If people weren't following along, I was in Chicago last week for the Big Ten men's basketball tournament. We cover a ton of games in person. We do every post-game show for men's and women's basketball and football. So we're very present. All right. But the NCAA has this thing where basically they say if you don't cover the first 2 rounds, there's no guarantee you'll get credentials for the next 2 rounds. So they approve credentials, and I noticed I did report to Iowa and say, hey, something came up, can't make it. I did notice I checked an email this morning. I was on the seating chart for the game today.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting. I was on the seating chart, and I guess they put the media down near the court in Tampa, which I thought was interesting because they have a pretty big, ice hockey press box there. So anyways, I have no idea. I'll know more in the morning. I got to kind of figure some of the logistics out, but
dude, just because we're so deep in the weeds in this, Southwest has a flight you can take down to Houston. This is your flight path. Des Moines to Denver, Denver to Omaha, Omaha to Houston.
Have you ever thought about maybe looking at, did you look Fort Dodge, Tony? That'd be the kind of flight I could see you taking. Fort Dodge to Chicago, Chicago to Charlotte, Charlotte to Houston.
Tony, if they're making that connection in Omaha, couldn't Corey just drive to Omaha and get on that flight?
What you'd really do is just buy the ticket and then just show up to the Omaha flight.
You do realize, I just want to make it very clear, you do realize Omaha's not actually that much further than Cedar Rapids.
No,
I don't know. I was just like, I just saw this flight and I was like, well, this is dumb. You're flying from Des Moines to Denver, Denver back to Omaha, and then Omaha.
How many people
down.
do we still have watching this ridiculousness? We got 500 people. We got 500.
We appreciate everybody that's on here. This has been an amazing night.
Yeah, that is amazing. So
I was on the seating chart. Bovis says, if you're laying over, hey, there you go. BMS said, if you lay over in Charlotte, he'll take you out for barbecue.
There you go. He'll take you for barbecue. That's the other thing I have from VMS. He gave me 4 hot sauces. He said you could pick a couple of them if you like.
He did say that. So, and is VMS sticking around for the game tomorrow or no?
I can't remember.
I think he is.
I think he said, because he was talking about getting tickets today in the Discord.
Yeah, so I'll probably see him tomorrow. If people are going to be there tomorrow, please.
This is fun stuff. It is.
Who do we know from the Discord and whatnot that will be at the game tomorrow? So Isaac Nichols, our social media guy, he's covering the game for us, so he'll be there. I will be there. VMS will be there.
Barbara
will be there.
I think Kelly too.
Kelly's gonna be there.
Erica of REM.
Yep.
Assuming she will. Kayla, I'm assuming will be there. Who else is there that I'm missing? I'm sure there's some other people that. I've got some friends that'll be there. But yeah, no, it's gonna be a fun. That's a quick turnaround for Hawkeye basketball fans to get down from this emotional high to build back up into a. But I would think it only helps the energy. Not that you need to help the energy for Iowa women's basketball in the postseason, but that only adds to it. And I would have to think they're going to do something pregame or during the game to honor Iowa men's basketball tomorrow at Carver. Right, Tony?
Corey, this is how crazy I am about this stuff. I flight track. Okay. The men's team still hasn't even left Tampa.
What's that got to do with anything? I'm not talking about them being there at the game.
Oh, see, I thought you were going to say that they could honor
that's a great. I didn't think about that. Could we get them back in time to be at the game tomorrow?
Yeah, if they leave.
I don't know. I mean, why would they do that if they have a game on?
Yeah, but why wouldn't they? I mean, they could just show up for 15 minutes and walk back out.
True, and they won't
put them on a multiple hour flight there and then down to Houston just to do that. No.
You think they're going? You don't think they're flying back to Iowa City?
I hope they don't. I mean, I don't know the details of all that stuff. I have no idea, but I would hope they would.
I don't know for sure, but I was thinking they fly straight to Houston.
Okay, yeah, see, I didn't. That's what I'm looking. That's why I'm like, I don't see any flights landing in Iowa City or Cedar Rapids from Tampa.
Maybe they're coming back.
I didn't know. That's why I'm assuming. You're probably right, because otherwise they would have been in the air by now if they were coming back to Iowa City.
Yeah.
Are they on? Is students? When is spring break for your university?
Spring break was last week for university.
Okay, so they've been on break this whole week, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it probably makes sense why you're late in the night Sunday and you've got a decent, you've got media. When do the media obligations start? Wednesday or Tuesday?
As far as being down there,
yeah.
I would not go down there.
No, I'm talking about like for the team. When do their obligations start for like open practice and open interviews?
Probably Tuesday.
Okay.
But I could be wrong on that too. I have not. So why would they fly home? I mean,
yeah,
I guess I'm just used to a typical Big Ten schedule where like, yeah, they'd fly home and then fly back. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But this is not a typical game.
Look at that happy man above your head, Tony. Look at that happy man above your head.
Can we discuss a man who's not very happy tonight, Corey?
Connor.
Golden.
Connor. I said Connor.
I want to put this up, and Tony, you have absolutely smashed this.
Oh,
I'm putting this up for the people at home. I'm putting this up because Corey can't see this. Corey's blocked by Connor McCaffrey. So this is news to you, Corey, because you can't see any of this. But Connor McCaffrey, I would like to ask Connor one question. Where is the retweet, my friend? Where's the retweet?
Why would he retweet?
Because he was very quick to retweet Iowa State's post when they beat Iowa in Ames.
Kyle, he doesn't.
Connor
McCaffrey does not identify with Iowa.
No, he doesn't. But I'm saying tonight we can absolutely put this entire discussion to bed. Connor, I understand you were emotional, but you were wrong. Iowa was correct to fire your father and replace him with Ben McCollum.
We all know Connor does tune into the show. He's probably watching live right now.
He's probably watching right now live. Yeah, Connor, he's probably up at 12:30, it's 1:30 in Indiana where his girlfriend is. So I'm sure he's over there, doing whatever he does. But Connor?
Oh, hey, there you go. Someone said the post-game interviews, they said they're going home.
I just want to say to Connor, because you're watching at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, you were wrong, my friend. It's over.
A.m. Eastern. Okay.
And I'll wait for the apology on your Twitter, but you won't give it to us.
Well, that's because now he's going to block you.
Yeah, he's going to block me. My 20 followers, my 22 followers, because I don't use Twitter except for Iowa stuff.
How are you not already blocked?
I don't know. I did tweet at him earlier. I mean, I don't know if I tagged him or not, but yeah, I'm irrelevant on Twitter. I don't matter on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, I'm irrelevant now that I'm blocked. So I so sad. But anyways, all right. Well, what did you just do to our format?
Whoa. What is that?
There
we go.
All right, folks. If you're interested in sponsoring our March Madness coverage, shoot me an email, info@fromthehawkeyeofthestorm.com. That's info@fromthehawkeyeofthestorm.com. From the Hawkeye of the Storm's player of the game tonight was Tavion Banks with his 20 and 6, 7 and 2 from the field. Missed some free throws, but boy, he doesn't bring it like he did on the offensive end. They don't win. And Iowa gets what seems like 2 days ago. We've been on this show for so long. I'm like, this seems like a long time ago that what we've been celebrating, but we're 4 hours into a post-game show. So
one more little tidbit for you, Corey, and I'm sure you may have brought this up earlier. I'm sure you knew this, Tony, but that Iowa-Florida game busted the last bracket. We were the final bracket buster. So
I saw that.
No more perfect brackets.
Tony's like, yep.
No, I saw it was on social media. It was on X.
Tony, do we give the people an update on the From the Hawkeye of the Storm bracket challenge?
I know mine's awful, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Corey is hovering around the top 100 of his own bracket challenge.
100 out of
117 or something.
I did pretty well. That's amazing. I mean, and I say this. I'm not saying this in a braggadocious way. I'm actually very surprised by that because I did really well and typically I do pretty, like, if you follow my bowl picks, like I do really well nationally.
The bowls you were really, really good on.
I'm really solid and I'm really surprised by it. But at the same time, the way I picked March Madness is a little bit more darts in the dark because I'm like trying to find upsets. Like I picked Troy over Nebraska and I picked.
I did as well. Did you do Akron?
Tied 102 out of 114 right now.
I picked South Florida over Louisville. I know a lot of people did that.
I did. Yeah, I picked that one. I
had
got that one
Texas losing right away. I watched Texas in the first 4. They did not impress me at all.
I agree.
Against NC State, and now they're
I had
making
Cal Baptist beating Kansas.
Yeah,
I did
that
not.
wasn't, and that wasn't a terrible. That wasn't a terrible shout.
So
I got VCU correct. I think plenty of other people had that one, but I got that one correct. And then I had Tennessee going to the Sweet 16 over Virginia. I didn't pick many upsets though. My attitude was with last year with the lack of upsets, I think due to NIL and also just general common sense in picking the bracket. Like if you're in a challenge and you want to finish high versus if you're trying to get a perfect bracket, Corey, I understand what you're doing. You're just like throwing darts and you're like, okay, there's a 5-12 upset basically every year. If I pick one of the 4, I might be right. And that would give me the best chance. So
I didn't do it randomly. I mean, I was going through and looking at these teams.
No, I know.
I didn't
but
think
you're picking at least one. You're not picking no upsets. With the bracket challenges, when you're looking at getting points, if you're picking a 1 seed to go out in the second round in some crazy upset like what happened, with Iowa, and that doesn't happen, then you lose out on because the later rounds are worth so many points that you're almost better off just saying, hey, I'm never going to get a perfect bracket. I'm going to just keep a bunch of favorites in and then I'll accrue a bunch of points. But
now see, then I want to ask both of you this. When you fill out your bracket, how do you do it? Forwards, backwards, or backwards, forwards?
I start at the beginning.
I go first round first, and then
I pick my champions.
Sometimes I'll go first. Sometimes I'll go first round and then final 4. But most of the time, it's first round, second round.
Yeah, I have my champion pick before I even start, and who I want them to play, and then I work backwards from that.
I also do a Ken Pom bracket before every tournament. I'll fill out my own bracket and then I'll fill out a Ken Pom bracket. And the Ken Pom bracket's in like the 90-something, 96th or 97th percentile. Every year it's really, really high. And it does pick a couple of upsets. It does. It picks a few like 7-10 upsets or sometimes there's a 6 seed that gets upset in the first round or whatever.
I had Vandy going far just because they were very highly rated in Ken Pom. And
I did too. I had Vandy going to I think I might have had Vandy going to the Elite 8 because
I had them as Elite 8.
Yeah, I didn't because that wasn't necessarily even a huge thing about Vanderbilt, but I just didn't really like Florida that much. I didn't think Iowa would take them out, but I didn't either. Final 4.
Real quick, I just want to say this. I'm gonna power this thing down unless you guys want to add to it, but I just want to throw this out there. Shout out Sean Paul. Yeah. Not the Sean Paul that
who is this guy? I've heard people talk about who is he?
This is what he said. This is what he said 8 days ago. Iowa Clemson, easily the round of 64 game I have the least interest in watching. Honestly, good on the committee for pairing them together. Just 2 teams that have little to no chance of beating the 1 seed. We usually have one of these a year, so he obviously knows
Evan Maya.
Basketball, I said back, interesting because Evan Maya has Iowa as the most likely 8-9 to advance to the Sweet 16. Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, and I just retweeted that just a second ago.
It's like milk, Sean Paul.
Yeah, Sean Paul. I said that Sean Paul tweet that aged like fine wine. So
who does he work for?
Probably I don't know. I don't know who he is. Action
Network HQ.
There you go. It's a gambling. Actually, I do use Action Network for one thing. It's they will show you the public betting, like what percent, like where the public money goes.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. All right, folks.
Is Bovis in our Twitter or our Discord?
No, I don't. No, Bovis is not.
Okay.
Bovis, join the Discord. Bovis. Cheap, Bovis. Hey, anybody can join the Discord. Instructions across the bottom of your screen. $5 a month, $50 for a year. Iowa defeating Florida 73-72.
What?
Can I just chime in on what I just saw? There's a post-game interview from Mick Cronin, who lost tonight to UConn in the second round. And they asked him, what needs to change for UCLA to get out of the first weekend moving forward?
Oh, God.
And Mick Cronin said, I'd like about $5 million more.
I thought it was going to be something about like if we didn't have to play on the East Coast and travel. All the way.
He just said I'd like about $5 million more, and that was his answer.
You remember that? You guys remember that that exchange he had with that reporter like a month ago? When he looked at him, he's like, "Why are you raising your voice? Don't do that. We're all here." You remember that? It was the most cringe thing. I'm like, is he being serious right now? Like, he has got some weird antics when he's mad. Like,
How long does he last out there?
I don't know. They finished strong. I mean, I know they
Yeah.
lost, but
I thought they were. I had them in my Elite Eight too. I think
they were.
I was really close to doing that, Tony. I didn't have them, but I picked UConn. But
They had a pretty good year. I mean, all in all, they finished pretty solid, Tony. So I think he's fine.
But like, imagine the characters they've had: Mick Cronin and Steve Alford.
Yeah. Well, it's UCLA. It's LA, right?
That's true.
So
what's our plan, Corey, for covering Nebraska? Are we doing anything beyond a normal post game?
Well, yeah, I think Gary kind of agreed to this on the spot, but I think we're going to try to do a preview. So we may do a live stream and have Gary on for 15, 20 minutes. And then I did mention something to Jess Settles. We'll see if we can arrange something with Jess. So yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great to have both of those guys on at some point before Thursday.
Because I'd like to ask him, like, how much does the media coverage now ramp up from the first weekend to the second weekend?
I'm sorry,
how much does his media coverage ramp up? Like, I was going to ask Coach Close that. Like,
well, what we have to do right now is we have to watch this. This is that exchange I was talking about.
Oh yeah.
Listen to this.
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
And then overall, the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
You should take it.
the preparation of the?
You really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't.
student
I don't
section?
think you care about the other.
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm.
There you are. There you are.
That's amazing.
That's
amazing.
I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
That is such a wild exchange.
And his facial expressions too.
Oh my goodness. That's Tony. That's so bad that Corey wouldn't even say something like that to us.
No,
I mean, it's like I said, it's so bad that you almost think he's joking. Like,
yeah,
asking.
You think this has to be parody? Like,
yeah, exactly. It's parody. All right, guys. Anything else?
He's a character. Like, because was Cincinnati his only other major stop?
I think so. Cincinnati and UCLA. This is as long as I've known Mick Cronin or known who he is. All right, folks, we're 4 hours in. What a night!
Unfortunately, we can't see if Corey's still sleeping.
Yeah,
why'd you do that, Corey? You should make
the other Corey is gone. My guest is sleeping. So
we are still 400 viewers strong and 725 likes from what I can count. So if you haven't done it yet, hit the like button, join the Discord.
Yep.
All the good stuff. It's been
donate through Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App.
Yeah, send Corey to the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8.
Yeah.
How long would they stay on? How long would people stay on if we just kept going?
But yeah, how long would it take for us to
Someone
drop below
said
100
they
viewers?
want us. Someone said they want us to stay on until the women's tip.
Yeah, I saw that. That's
Hey, Corey.
3 hours of teaching.
Have you looked ahead to see where the Final Four is at this year?
I already know it.
Right?
Oh, it's in Indy. Okay. I was going to say Chicago, but no. Sweet 16.
Hey, well, yeah. Pre fundraise, guys. Iowa to the Final Four, pre fundraise.
I'll drive that. No problem.
Oh, yeah.
I'll drive
Hey,
that.
pick me up on the way. I'm on the way.
Maybe you guys can meet up with Connor.
Yeah. Live show in Indianapolis. Yeah. Connor McCaffrey, co-host. He can explain himself. He can maybe you guys have a kumbaya. He unblocks you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All of a sudden he's got his forehead into my forehead, looking all mean.
Maybe this makes him an Iowa fan. He just needed
like
this platform.
Like a football scrum, and you're like helmet to helmet jawing at each other.
What was that thing that he posted that thing earlier with where he took out Iowa's name and put Penn? It was that picture of him and what's his face for Illinois. Yeah, it's
Kofi Coburn. Or
not
Kofi. Who was
one
he
of their
face to face with? It was Shannon.
Davis or Shannon.
Was it Shannon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was around that time he was there. I saw, speaking of Mick Cronin, and because we could keep going on, but Mick Cronin was welcomed by Fran McCaffrey when they played in Philadelphia, and Cronin and UCLA got to practice at Fran's Penn practice facility. There's pictures of Penn and Mick Cronin.
I think they've known each other a long time.
Yeah,
they played each other in the NCAA tournament that one year when
Yep.
he was at Cincy. So
yeah,
Fran won that game. Franny won that.
Franny did.
You're so proud of you're so proud of your Franny.
I did not pick them in my bracket though.
Penn.
I know you're probably shocked.
No.
You probably
Penn
thought I might have picked
did not
Penn
have
to
the
beat.
talent to play with Illinois.
Somebody said something in the Discord about maybe they'll, and I said they're not beating Illinois. Like of all the upsets, they're not beating Illinois.
No, they're not.
I mean, they gave up over 100, didn't they? In the end, you knew that was going to.
Yeah. It was bad. Illinois is legit, man. I said it in the bracket show. Some people thought I was like tripping for that. They're the number one.
And they play a lot better defense than they used to. Their defense is a lot better.
Yes, they do.
And
some of the metrics have gone. They were like 70 something or 80 something at the beginning of the season. They're up into the 40s on a lot of those defensive metrics.
And they, some of those teams might qualify. Are they? Speaking of which, let me see that. Is Iowa qualified now? What was it? 30-30.
30-30.
And
Or 25. It could be 25-25. I can't remember.
Iowa's 25-31 right now.
25-31. Well, either way, they wouldn't.
Illinois. Illinois is 2-24. 2 on offense, 24 on defense.
They qualify. I said when we did our bracket show, I would not be surprised at all if Illinois comes out of this region. I still will not be surprised.
That was one of my tougher games to pick. Illinois, Houston.
Yeah. I went back and forth on that for a while.
Folks,
who's your champion for both of you?
I got Arizona.
Yeah, I had Arizona. I would still go Arizona at this point. They haven't done anything. I mean, people were probably jumping on the Florida bandwagon after that waxing of A&M, but I think we all realized Prairie View A&M was just not good. I mean,
Arizona's gonna have their hands full with Arkansas, though. Man, Cuff is really.
I know, but Arkansas doesn't play. Arkansas doesn't play defense. Like
that's not where Arizona's going to lose. They're going to lose in the Elite Eight to Purdue.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I don't really. That's honestly, I thought Wisconsin had the best chance of beating Arizona.
I did too. I had Wisconsin losing to Arizona in the Elite Eight or the Sweet 16.
Had the best chance because they spread you out, but then they lost a High Point. So it's like, well, this is March. This is what happens in March. So.
Do you guys have anybody? Do you guys have anybody in your Final Four that's now done?
No.
I had Arizona, Houston, Michigan, and Arizona. Arizona, Houston, Michigan, and
Duke.
Duke, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I had Duke, Arizona, Michigan, and Houston. So I think we're all safe.
Yeah, because I had Duke, Houston, with Duke beating Houston, and then
I still think Michigan, I think Michigan, Arizona is the final. That's my Final Four I'm most confident in right now.
Yeah. I had Purdue and Michigan, and Michigan, Duke, Michigan beating Duke.
Was there any more stuff came out about Jefferson today, by the way, for Iowa State?
Just that he was on a scooter and didn't put any weight bearing. He hadn't put any weight on it at all. But that doesn't mean anything because what's the Duke guard's name that came back? Mbamba or Patrick something is his first name, and it's like an NG something. He didn't put any weight on his ankle first round game, but then he came back and played 20 minutes 2 days ago. So just because these guys are on knee scooters and then
it's just it's optimization. Yeah. It's not like a requirement.
It doesn't mean that the dude's out for a long time. It's just these guys are getting the best medical, physical therapy advice, whatever you want to say, for their recovery that is humanly possible.
Yeah.
All right, folks, I'm powering the show down.
Right.
Iowa beating Florida 73-72 to take Iowa to their first since 99. We will be back in the coming hours because Iowa women's basketball takes on Virginia for a spot.
12 hours from now, baby.
Yeah, I gotta make the drive here pretty soon. So that, and then we've got previewing at least one Sweet 16 game, maybe two, if the Iowa women advance tomorrow. For Kyle Spence and Tony, and of course the one and only Coach Gary Close, have a great night. Celebrate the victory. We'll talk to you soon.